Hello. Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Exactly 10 p.m. Sorry, 10 a.m. we will start the program. 10 o'clock. Exactly 10 o'clock we will start the program till the chief guest and everybody comes. Thank you so much.
Maharashtra Tourism. Warrior so brave, he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra Tourism. Let's just flow with the tone of each tide. Salty winds, you sweeten your ride. Maharashtra, Maharashtra, it's the heat. Maharashtra Tourism. Let yourself flow with the tone of each tide. Salty winds, you sweeten your ride. Maharashtra, Maharashtra, it's the heat. Maharashtra Tourism. Let yourself flow with the tone of each tide. Salty winds, you sweeten your ride. Maharashtra, Maharashtra, it's the heat. Maharashtra Tourism. तू कैसे बोलेगा तू लौट के आएगा नई राहों में नदी रबियों में खोए खोए से तेरा कोई कह रहे सब अब है क्या कमी संसार सुख बरसे बड़े दूर तू है अपने घर से आप चल अब दीवाने जहाँ कोई तो तुझे अपना माने आवाज दे मुझे बुलाने वाली दे ये पल है वही जिसमें है छुपी कोई एक सदी सारी जिंदगी रास्ते तू ही तो मेरा जो सुझाए वो है तुझे बताए है तो किस दिशा में जाए वही तू कैसे बोलेगा तू लौट के आएगा नई राहों में नदी रबियों में खोए खोए से तेरा कोई एक जिंदगी कह रहे सब अब है क्या कमी सारे सुख पर से दूर तू है अपने घर से चल अब दीवाने जहाँ कोई तो तुझे अपना माने आवाज में मुझे बुलाने लगी है ये पल है वही समय है चुपी कोई सदी सारी जिंदगी रास्ते तू ही तो है जो सुझाए तू ही तो है है तो किस दिशा पे जाए वक्त तू कैसे बुलाएगा तू लौट के आएगा ये राहों में नदियों में खोए खोए तुमसे तेरा कोई एक जिंदगी कह रहे सब अब है क्या कमी सारे सुख पर से दूर तू है अपने घर से चल अब दीवाने जहाँ कोई तो तुझे अपना माने आवाज में मुझे बुलाने लगी है ये पल है वही समय है चुपी कोई सदी सारी जिंदगी रास्ते तू ही तो है जो सुझाए तू ही तो है तो किस दिशा पे जाए वक्त
Hello, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear my voice?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. S.K. Misra sir, Avinash Jogdanda, Dr. P. Chandrasekhara, Our co-host today, Revati.
This is Maureen. I'm just setting up SK's computer.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Averaji, good morning.
Very good morning, sir.
Very good morning.
Pankaj Mahajan, sir. Maria, madam. Scotty Jones. Pankaj ji, namaste.
Namaste.
Revati, namaste.
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 Namaste, namaste, sir.
Who else is there?
Good morning, Balram.
Hello. Yes, sir. Misra, sir, namaste. Sophia, namaste.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Very good
morning.
morning. Maria, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Balram.
Good morning, sir. We are all waiting for the dignitaries, VIPs to come in. Venkatesan, sir, namaste.
This time,
Yeah, this time.
and I can have some coffee.
Okay, I'm going to go make coffee now. Just wanted to set everything up first. Okay, you have enough light? You have enough light?
Yeah.
I'm turning it on. I'm going to keep the glare on the screen.
Revati, in the meantime, with the guest of honors, you can share today's half opening ceremony program and how it is going to be scheduled.
Yes, sir. Yes. So today's program will begin with the welcoming of the guests of honor, the speech or the address to the audience by the guests of honor, and then we shall begin with our first technical session for the day. In the technical session today, we have the guests of honor or the eminent speakers from many countries, including USA, Thailand, South Africa, Philippines, and India. So we are waiting for today's technical session. I'm sure we all are excited for today's day. Welcome, sir. Welcome to you all. Everyone is requested to kindly check your video as well as audio. Please switch on your video. Please check your video.
Good morning, Revati.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yeah, fine. Thank you. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Very nice.
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, Revati. This is Venkatesh.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. I'm clear, right?
Yes, sir, you are.
All right.
Thank you so much. Hello, Maria, ma'am. Ma'am, your mic is on mute.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Looking good.
Thank you so much. Same to you, ma'am.
A warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra Tourism. Warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra Tourism.
हो हो काही प्रॉब्लेम नाही सर. हा सर काहीच प्रॉब्लेम नाही. 10 वाजता सुरू करू आपण. हो हो नाही बसवलं आहे.
A warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra Tourism.
हो 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 ते आपोआप होतात ऍड. फक्त आपल्याला पॅनलिस्ट पण दिसतो लगेच. ऍड झालेले दिसतात लगेच. त्यामुळे काय प्रॉब्लेम नाही. हो
A warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra Tourism.
ह्या दोघांचं जर घेतलं ना आपलं भुसे साहेब आणि आदित्य मॅडमचं त्यांना 10 वाजता स्टार्ट करावं सांग. हा ठीक आहे सर. ठीक ठीक.
A warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra Tourism. Let yourself flow with the tone of each tide. Salty winds you sweeten your ride. Maharashtra Tourism. Let yourself flow with the tone of each tide. Salty winds you sweeten your ride. Maharashtra Tourism. तू कैसे बुलाएगा तू लौट के आएगा नई राहों में नदी राहों में खोए खोए तुमसे तेरा कोई ये ये पल है वही जिसमें है छुपी कोई एक सदी सारी जिंदगी चाहे तो किस दिशा पे जाए वही देश
Welcome, Dr. Savarkar, sir. How are you?
Thank you. Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, namaskar.
How many participants have joined?
60 participants.
60 participants. Okay.
Yes. Namaskar, Pankaj, sir. How are you?
नमस्कार मॅम मजेत एकदम
Yes.
फाईन
Pankaj ji, namaskar.
नमस्कार सर
सावरकर सर, मी तिघांच्याही लिंक्स म्हणजे आदरणीय भूषण साहेब, आदित्य मॅडम आणि आदित्य मॅडम यांच्या तिघांच्याही लिंक्स आपल्या ईमेलला सर आता पाठवले.
ठीक आहे. मी त्यांना हे
warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra, Maharashtra is the Maharashtra tourism.
Namaste, everybody. I'm Panduranga Tavre. We are all waiting for VIP's guest to come. They might arrive anytime now. And as we have given time 10 o'clock for VIP guests to come. So till then, enjoy Maharashtra Tourism AVs and Agri Tourism AVs. Good morning to you, all of you again.
A warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra, Maharashtra is the Maharashtra tourism. Warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra, Maharashtra is the Maharashtra tourism. A warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed. Maharashtra, Maharashtra is the Maharashtra tourism. Let yourself flow with the tone of each tide. Salty winds, you sweeten your ride. Maharashtra, Maharashtra is the Maharashtra tourism. Let yourself flow with the tone of each tide. Salty winds, you sweeten your ride. Maharashtra, Maharashtra is the Maharashtra tourism. Let yourself flow with the tone of each tide. Salty winds, you sweeten your ride. Maharashtra, Maharashtra is the Maharashtra tourism. तू कैसे भूलेगा तू लौट के आएगा नई राहों में नदी रबियों में खोए खोए से तेरा कोई एक है वही जिसमें है छुपी कोई सदी सारी जिंदगी तू कैसे भूलेगा तू लौट के आएगा नई राहों में नदी रबियों में खोए खोए से तेरा कोई एक है वही समय है छुपी कोई सदी सारी जिंदगी रास्ते तू ही तो है
Honorable Dada Bhushe Sahib, Honorable Ministry of Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra, he has arrived. I think guest of honors and panelists, you can start your video. Welcome, Mr. Steve Bojia. Namaste.
How are you?
I'm fine, doing fine. Maria, Dr. Sophia, Scotty Jones, Wajiki, Ashutosh sir, namaste. Welcome to the international conference, sir.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Yes. Scotty, yes, sir. Scotty ma'am, namaste. I think it will be too early in USA, I believe. What, it's a night?
Namaste. Namaste.
Harsh Verma sir, namaste. Maria, you can start your video. Dr. Sophia from Greece, you can start your video. Wadji, Mubika, South Africa, you can start your video.
Yeah.
We are waiting for the chief guest, Dr. Honorable Aditya Thackeray sir. Savarkar sir, namaste.
तवरेची जरा वंसा मॅडमला एक लिंक हे होते जरा प्रॉब्लेम झाला त्यांना परत मेल पाठवा मला मी त्यांना करतो.
Hello, Steve. How are you?
Good morning. How are you? How's your health? Good?
So far, so good. And you?
Very well, very well.
Venkatesan sir, namaste. Harkirat ji, namaste. Shekhar sir, namaste.
Somebody starts speaking up with you on the video.
Innovating to his place, remember? Steve Bojia. In Madras, you have to go to his place, then change them.
तवरेची
सर पाठवते मी 2 मिनिटात.
त्यांना ते व्हॉट्सअपवर पाठवा किंवा त्यांच्या पर्सनल ईमेल आयडी वर पाठवा नाही सापडत नाही त्यांना ते
जीमेल ना, जीमेल वरती ना तू
वलसा नायर सिंग जीमेल म्हणून आहे त्यांना पाठवा.
हो, येस सर, येस.
वेलकम टू आशुतोष सलील सर.
मॉर्निंग.
मॉर्निंग मॉर्निंग सर. सर मॉर्निंग सर. सर एक 10 मिनिटांनी आदित्य सर पण जॉईन होत आहेत.
मला वाटतं माननीय ऍग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर सर ऑलरेडी जॉईन झालेले आहे. सर हा, आय कॅन सी हिज.
सर वेलकम सर भुसे सर.
जय महाराष्ट्र.
जय महाराष्ट्र. जय महाराष्ट्र. सर मी संचालक पर्यटन धनंजय सावळकर.
हो. साहेबांना वेळ आहे अजून?
एक 5 मिनिटात जॉईन होतो म्हणले.
Hello, Harsh sir. How are you?
सावरकर सर, मी तो नायर मॅडमच्या जीमेल अकाउंटला पाठवतो सर.
मी बोलून घेतो त्यांच्याशी.
आणि तुम्हालाही सीसी करतो सर एक. सावरकर सर, चेक करा प्लीज, मिळाला का?
Mute again. Should I put you on mute? Everybody else is muted. Okay.
The benefit.
साहेब एक 5 मिनिटांमध्ये जॉईन होत आहेत मंत्री महोदय, मॅडम आणि वलसा मॅम.
जी सर.
Good morning to all.
मॅम नमस्ते. व्हेरी गुड मॉर्निंग टू यू.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. All ready?
Yes, ma'am.
आदरणीय भोसे सर नमस्ते. मी पांडुरंग तावरे. नमस्ते. Agri Tourism.
Can you ask him to make some?
Mr. Tavre, we are waiting for the ministers to join.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes. All everything is set. As soon as ministers comes, we will start the program. On the lighter note, Revati, you can start your video. Revati. On the lighter note, the backdrop, what you are actually seeing behind the host, Revati Madam, is hand stitched by Vaishali Tavre, and it took almost 3 years to stitch that World Agritourism. It is almost more than 10 kilometers of thread. Yeah. So when we talk about sustainability, so let us not be flex and plastic or World Agritourism Day event. Maria from Uganda. Good morning, madam. Maria, very good morning.
Good morning.
Sophia, madam, you can start the video. Scotty, you can start the video. Scotty, ma'am. Vajji from South Africa, you can start the video. Scotty, madam, namaste.
It must be very early morning there, so you must have just woken up, I think. In South Africa and in the US.
For me, it's very late.
Nice. Okay, that's right.
Scotty, madam, run leaping the farm tourism state in Oregon, USA, and she's also this year's World Agri Tourism Awardee, and she's also a managing director of the Farm Stay Association.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Maria runs community tourism initiative in Uganda.
Hello.
And she is also a fellow and doing very well for community-based tourism activities in Uganda. Sophia, you can start your video. Dr. Sophia here. She is a doctorate in Agritourism and she is a professor of Agritourism in the university in Greece. The madam is Honorable Elsa Nair Singh, madam. She is head of tourism in Maharashtra. She is IS officer and principal secretary tourism government of Maharashtra. And we have Dr. Savarkar sir. He is the director tourism government of Maharashtra. We have D. Venkatesh. He is the regional director, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. He handles Western region and South region. We have Dr. P. Chandrasekhara. He is the Director General Managed by the National Institute of Agricultural Extension Management, Hyderabad. We have Harkarit Ahluwalia. He has beautiful farms in Punjab, Citrus County Farms in Hoshiarpur, Punjab. We have joined Harsh Verma from Spain. He is technical director of UNWTO. We have Honorable Ashutosh sir. He is IS officer and he is the head of Maharashtra Tourism Development Corporation. He is very proactive and after he joined MWT has actually doing feathers and feathers in the cap of MWTC. We have S.K. Misra sir. He is IS retired and retired as Principal Secretary, Prime Minister of India. And he was responsible for tourism, rural tourism initiative in India. We have Avinash Jogan. He is also a farmer from Vidarbha region, has a beautiful farm there. Bhumi Agritourism Farms. We have Steve Borgias. He is Managing Director in Hotels Private Limited and also Agri and Rural Tourism Association of India, ARTI. He is the chairman and good initiative he has taken all over India. We have Pankaj Mahajan sir. He is a member of Maharashtra Agri and Rural Tourism Development Committee. We have Honorable Dada Bhushe sir. He is Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra. And we have Vajji Mubik from South Africa. She is advisor for South Africa Agri Tourism. Sir, where are you? Savarkar sir. Honorable Minister of Tourism, Honorable Aditya Thakre sir has joined the session. I request the host, Revati ma'am, to start.
Yes. Yatra naryantu pujyante ramante tatra devata. Where women are honored, divinity blossoms there. Namaste to each one of you present today, and heartiest congratulations on the occasion of 14th World Agri Tourism Day, 15th and 16th May 2021. Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, and Agri Tourism India have partnered in organizing this international conference on agri-tourism. The theme of the conference is Rural Women Sustainable Entrepreneurship Opportunities through Agri-Tourism. 44% of the world population remains rural. Rural women, the majority of whom depend on natural resources and agriculture for their livelihood, make up a quarter of the world's population. Every year on 15th of October, the world celebrates the International Day of Rural Women, yet they represent approximately 43% of the agricultural labor force and produce, process, and prepare much of the food available, thereby giving them the primary responsibility for food security. Do all of them have agricultural rights? Absolutely not. On a positive note, rural women empowerment and their right to sustainability has been intricately thought upon, and suitable actions have been taken by the numerous reputed organizations around the world. Throughout 2 days long interactive sessions with the stakeholders of agriculture, we shall strive to strengthen rural women entrepreneurship opportunities in farm tourism across the globe through presentations of successful examples by women entrepreneurs, examination of the mechanisms that have led to this successful implementation, and discussions on the platform leading to the future roadmap of indulging majority of the rural women in agriculture-based tourism. Let us commence this international conference by having our traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. I request Mrs. Vaishali Tavre, the Director of Agri-Tourism India, and Shri Pandurang Tavre, the convener of this international conference, do the honors on behalf of our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much. The logo that you can see in the backdrop today is hand woven by Mrs. Vaishali Tavre, the Director of Agri-Tourism India. I further request Mr. Pandurang Tavre, the Director of Agri-Tourism India and convener of this international conference, to welcome our respected guests of honor and further address the audience.
On the occasion of 14th World Agri Tourism Day, Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, and Agri-Tourism have jointly organized international conference on agri-tourism with the simple theme of rural and sustainable entrepreneurship opportunities through agri-tourism. On this auspicious day, we welcome young, talented, over-enthusiastic, intelligent, with abundance of knowledge, and always proactive, Honorable Ministry of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, Sri Aditya Thakre sir. We welcome Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Sri Dada Bhushe sir. Honorable Minister of State, Tourism, Ms. Aditi Sunil Thakre madam. Without her support and guidance, it was absolutely impossible to organize this prestigious international conference. IS Officer, Honorable Principal Secretary, Tourism and Culture, Valsa Nair madam. Dynamic IS Officer, Managing Director of MPDC, Sri Ashutosh Sarin sir. Honorable Director Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, Dr. Dhananjay Savalkar sir. Regional Director, India Tourism, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, Sri Venkatesan sir, respected Dr. P. Chandrasekhara sir, VZ Manage, our guide, Dr. S.K. Mishra, Chairman, ITF RFG, Philippines Ministry of Tourism, ex-Principal Secretary, Dr. Meena Gabor Madam, Dr. Harsh Verma sir, ex-Technical Director, UNWTO, Steve Borgia, Managing Director, Indigo Group of Hotels, Tamil Nadu, Mr. Pankaj Mahajan, Member, Maharashtra Agri Tourism Development Committee, Mr. Avinash Jogdan sir, friends from media and press, respected speakers, awardees, and dear participants. Back in 2008, Agritourism India framed a vision of bringing together experienced speakers and knowledgeable entrepreneurs in the field of agritourism from around the world. This initiative was also recognized by UNWTO, and 16th May was marked as World Agritourism Day in the International Calendar of Tourism event. Since then, each year on May 16th, National Tourism on Agritourism has been held. With the support of Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, this is the first year that we have gone international by organizing this prestigious international conference on agri-tourism. And not to my surprise, the show is full house. I pray to God next year we will meet in person for the same international conference, Agritourism 2022. With over 20 years of our expertise and experience in agritourism, it has been proved that agriculture-based tourism has tremendous potential for increasing farm incomes and stimulating the development of a dynamic, diversified rural economy by generating sustainable employment and livelihood. Agritourism India began its operation by concluding a survey of urban dwellers to infer number of people who are still attached to their villages in any which way. It was concluded that around 43% of the urban dwellers they do not have any single relative left in the villages, and so their kids have now never visited any village in India. This widening gap between the rural and urban livelihood encouraged us to form a link between urban dwellers' enthusiasm for tourism with farmers' need for sustainable agriculture. Thus began the journey of Agritourism India. Furthermore, it is aimed to showcase a vital role of a rural woman played in environmentally sustainable and socially responsible tourism development. Agritourism is regarded as green tourism as it respects and confirms the sustainability principle. In the conference format, 2 days long event, have experts in the field of agritourism industry, agriculture and tourism department from various countries, the UNWTO, the international agritourism organizations, agriculture universities, researchers and practitioners with case studies, providing agritourism standards and guidelines. We have almost 13 different countries speakers have assembled here to disseminate or deliberate this conference. The outcome of this conference and subsequent discussions during the conference will be collated with the view to providing input to the development of World Agritourism Standards and Guidelines. Mumbai Declaration document. This international conference on agritourism 2021 online, Mumbai will sign the declaration on rural women sustainable entrepreneurship opportunities through agritourism. A framework will be created to attract development partners or donor countries to concentrate and support agritourism. Last but not the least, best practices in agritourism all over the world will be awarded with World Agritourism Awards 2021. I appreciate the efforts by farmers, institutes, Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra put in to develop the agritourism sector worldwide, especially Department of Tourism, Government of India. We have been supported by Incredible India, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, manage National Institute of Agricultural Extension Management, URAC Research, Institute for Regional Development in Italy, University of Vermont, USA, USA Farm Stage, USA, South Africa Agri Tourism, Association of Agri and Rural Tourism in India, Responsible Tourism Society of India, and Go Rural Scotland, Philippines, USA, Thailand, and Karmayogi Babarao Jogdan Agricultural College, Washington. We have eminent speakers here. Almost 30 speakers are aligned for 2 days to deliberate on agri-tourism development all over Maharashtra. We, the farmers, are doing agri-tourism in Maharashtra, have the problems. Adarniya Thakre sir, we, the farmers who are doing agri-tourism in Maharashtra, have 3 problems. One, the revenue department is asking us non-agricultural certificate, which is contradiction to the entire agri-tourism concept. So no non-agricultural certificate is required to, notification from revenue department. Second, our demand is agriculture, should agri-tourism have electricity at the rate of agricultural rate. And third is due to COVID situation, we need electricity bill waiver for at least 1 year, right from April 2021 to March 2022 for all agri-tourism registered Maharashtra Tourism Department. And last but not the least, budget of at least 5 crore to organize and be the host of such international conferences on agri-tourism in person next year, 2022. So ladies and gentlemen, with this welcome address, I request Honorable Valsa Nair Madam to extend her guidance and support to this conference. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Taure. Good morning to all the esteemed guests who are present now. The Honorable Minister Aditya Thakre sir, the Minister of State Aditi ma'am, my colleagues Ashutosh, Mr. Saulkar, and Mishra sir, who's been an icon in this field of tourism, and all the practitioners, Mr. Venkateshan, all our colleagues from the tourism sector who joined with us today. A very good morning to all of you, and thank you for joining this global platform. First of all, I want to extend a very big hand of appreciation to Mr. Pandurang Tabre for having taken the lead in organized such a big conference where we have registrations from 30 countries and we have presentations from 8 to 9 countries. The practitioners of agritourism would be taking us through their journey. And I would look upon this platform as an opportunity for us to share best practices across the world on how farm tourism has developed, and to analyze those ideas and to see which are those which could adopt to the Indian condition and to adapt. So that would be the major takeaway which the Department of Tourism would be looking at. I also want great pride in informing that Maharashtra is one of the first states in the country to have a formal agro-tourism policy. Though agro-tourism in a private form has been here for the last almost 20 years, and again, Mr. Tavre has begun his journey in Baramati, and that is, I would say, a model agro-tourism center now. So we have put together a formal policy only in 2020 for the first time. Now, the purpose behind having a formal policy is, number one, is to give incentives to have more and more entrepreneurs to take up agro-tourism centers, to do a institutional framework on how we look at this sector, and since it is now a very important sector, how to ensure that whatever the incentives are, they reach out to the right person. So we have institutional frameworks at the state level, at the district level, and at the regional level too. So the main objective behind the policy was to do this. And secondly, I think what we need to look at more is about a marketing setup for this. Now in this new changing times, its marketing is more about the social media, it's more about word of mouth, and how to make the best use of the digital platforms to make it available to the world, the kind of agritourism centers which Maharashtra has. And again, as I said, to share the best practices. From the government point of view, I think the main 2 things we look at this is, number one is to training. The training aspect in this department is very important. To run a successful agro center, one needs to have the proper skill for that. So skill development is something I hope we get ideas from this platform for initiating a better skill development training for the entrepreneurs and especially women entrepreneurs. When we talk about the post-COVID protocols, there are a lot of SOPs which both the state and the center has come out with. So if we can incorporate these SOPs also as part of the skill, so we can ensure a confidence to the tourist, confidence to the traveler who is going to visit the centers, and also equip the entrepreneurs behind this on how to sell the centers in a better way. Another thing we would look at, the takeaway, is the adoption of new technologies. So because of the fact that we have a physical barrier now because of COVID, and as well as all the traditional media of exchange of ideas are not there. So how do we use this technology more to ensure that more information is sent? Like Mr. Tavre has said earlier, this is a sector which has the potential to totally take over the rural economy. It is not just tourism. I would like all the governments to look at it and to give it its pride of place in the policy framework. Here we are talking about the rural artisans having to gain, the local cuisine which is to gain, the local architecture, all of this would work as USPs around this concept of agrotourism. Maharashtra is blessed with the diversity of the mountains, the oceans, the wildlife sanctuaries, and it all. And among that, our strength in agriculture, our strength in horticulture and animal husbandry, these are fully channelized while devising this policy. So we have, the unique experience of strawberry picking, or it could be from visit to a mango orchard, having a boutique farm center in a mango orchard, or it could be the apples of Ragnagiri. The products are diverse. So we could link this product to the destination and also bring a destination branding through these agrotourism centers. So I would not want to talk more, but I would just want to project Maharashtra to the world also through this medium. So we have one of the states with the best connectivity in the center. So even if you are in the farthest of the rural agro center, the connectivity from an urban conglomerate, it cannot be more than 2 to 3 hours. So in terms of skilling, in terms of the products, in terms of connectivity, and in terms of technology, I would say we are at the pinnacle of what the state has to offer. But we are not going to be complacent, like I was saying earlier also. It is that the tourists who have stopped coming, the tourists who don't travel in this time. But the professional, the tourism administrators, for us, there is no lockdown. We are continuously looking at how we can evolve, how we can come out with better policies, better infrastructure, so that when the lockdown is over and we are all going to start with a bang, I would probably say this turning point, this agrotourism conference is one of the turning points, helping us evolve into better tourism practitioners and administrators. I want to wish the best for all the participants who are going to present today, and we will be really watching all this presentation and trying to take away the key points. And tomorrow when we conclude, I'm sure we'll all be satisfied with the kind of inputs we have received in the last 2 days. I want to thank all of you once again for being present today, for being part of the journey. God bless you all. Keep safe and be healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Madam. Your inputs, I think, will take Agritourism Maharashtra on further length. Now, I request Honorable Aditi Tatkare Madam, Ministry of Tourism State. I request Honorable Aditi Madam to address the participants. Namaste.
Namaste. First of all my best wishes for the conference, and all the sessions which have been organized for almost 3 days now. Firstly, I think it is unfortunate that we haven't been able to have such kind of sessions physically, when we are supposed to discuss on these new policies which as a state government or as a tourism department we have been trying to come up with. Honorable Cabinet Minister Aditya Ji Thackeray, Honorable Cabinet Minister for Agriculture, Dada Bhuse Sahib, Vansana Ma'am, Ashutosh Ji, Pankaj Ji Mahajan, and everyone from all over the world who have been trying to participate and contribute in their own way in this session. I personally feel agrotourism has huge potential and it just needs to be explored. As likely mentioned by Vansana ma'am, the most essential thing here would be to train the farmers, because it is a different thing altogether to do farming and to run it as an as a tourism sector. So these are two different things altogether. I remember just 2-3 months back, in the presence of at the hands of Honorable Aditya Ji, we handed over few registration certificates to few farmers, agriculturists who have been in this business from a while now. And I feel it was a very encouraging step for them. We could see that happiness and satisfaction on their face when we handed it over to them. They were happy, they were glad that their contribution was recognized. And I'm sure these kind of programs and these kind of policies will ensure the farmers go beyond their limit, or they can actually go beyond the arena that they have been working from a while now. I personally feel once the COVID crisis is over, we need to train them in proper way on how to engage the tourist for more than a day or more than 2 days, and how they can make them aware of all the efforts and they have been going through, how agriculture is one of the it is the backbone of the nation, and apart from that, how their lifestyle is. I'm sure people from urban area are very excited to know how people in rural area have a day-to-day life, especially people from the younger generation who haven't unfortunately be able to explore it as much as it could have been. And the current generation who has been locked up from almost 2 years for now, once everything is back to normal, I'm sure they'll get to enjoy it as a different aspect of tourism. We as Maharashtra government has been trying to ensure that we give utmost importance to this policy, apart from the beach shack policy, apart from giving industrial status to hospitality department. I'm sure agrotourism will play one of the major roles in expanding the envelope, expanding tourism. I congratulate the tourism department of Maharashtra for performing exceedingly well in this current crisis. One of the major surveys which had been taken place few months back had I think placed Maharashtra at #1 position according to the survey in terms of tourism. In the times of crisis, no one would have thought or expected as a government or as a department for us to perform such well in the sector which has been facing lots of crises. Each one of us have been talking about all the other departments, like health department, of course, is getting the most required importance. Apart from that, everyone has been talking about the industrial department, because we need to come back on our own feet, and we need to ensure that financially the state recovers from this extremely extreme loss. But at the same time, I feel tourism department has immense amount of potential in terms of giving more and more employment, and apart from that, contributing in the financial progress of the state and nation. It's just that it needs to be given the kind of importance and attention which it has always deserved. Maharashtra in terms of tourism has very good potential, especially agrotourism. I would like to say that has one of the best potentials in all, since larger part of our state, rural area, has been contributing, or most of our population is in agriculture. It's just that we need to give farmer a kind of a change and relief. I also feel that this is a good opportunity for farmers and the families to explore a different field apart from their routine life. They'll obviously get to acknowledge the efforts they have been doing. At the same time, it will give them an opportunity to show a large population, especially urban, the kind of contribution they have been doing for the state and nation. I thank the organizers for organizing this event. I wish all the best to all the speakers and all the dignitaries who are part of this session. I think there are more than 30 or 40 speakers who are going to put forth their views regarding agriculture tourism. So I wouldn't want to take much of time, but I feel extremely privileged and glad to be part of this program. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pandurang sir, please unmute your
म्यूट हो रहा था.
Agritourism will not happen without agriculture, because agriculture is 80% of the agritourism. And none other than we have the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Dada Buse Sahib, to guide us how agriculture department is focusing on agritourism. Today's theme is rural women. And as you all know, 80% of the women in the rural Maharashtra, or for that matter, rural India, have the hospitality in the blood, have adartitya, have doing sowing, harvesting seasons of agriculture, and they have everything which can help them to start an agritourism activity. And I welcome Buse sir to address the participants and the guests.
नमस्कार. 16 मे जागतिक कृषी पर्यटन दिवसाच्या निमित्ताने आपण 2 दिवसांचा जो काही परिसंवाद आयोजित केलेला आहे. जागतिक कृषी पर्यटन दिन आणि या परिसंवादास मी हार्दिक शुभेच्छा देतो. निश्चितपणे या 2 दिवसाच्या परिसंवादाच्या माध्यमातून कृषी पर्यटनाच्या संदर्भामधल्या अडचणी असतील, नाविन्यपूर्ण केलेले प्रयोग असतील, आपल्या सर्वांच्या समोर येतील आणि येणाऱ्या कालावधीमध्ये पर्यटनास आणखी चालना देण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून त्याचा निश्चितपणे उपयोग होईल, हा आशावाद या निमित्ताने मी व्यक्त करतो. या कार्यक्रमासाठी खास उपस्थित असलेले शिवसेना नेते माननीय नामदार आदित्य ठाकरे साहेब, आत्ताच ज्यांनी आपल्याला मार्गदर्शन केलं त्या माननीय नामदार आदित्यताई तटकरेजी, माननीय वलसा नायरजी, माननीय पांडुरंग तावडेजी, सर्व उपस्थित सन्माननीय. मला वाटतं की ज्या पद्धतीने आज हा सुंदर कार्यक्रम या ठिकाणी आयोजित केलेला आहे, या निमित्ताने जगाच्या पाठीवर कृषी पर्यटनामध्ये काय काय चालना देण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून कामकाज केलं जात आहे तेही निश्चितपणे समोर या माध्यमातून येणार आहे. पर्यटन विभागाचे खास करून माननीय नामदार आदित्य ठाकरे साहेबांचे मी आभार व्यक्त करतो की या विषयाला चालना देण्यासाठी एक स्वतंत्र धोरण पर्यटन व सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या वतीने त्यांनी आणलं आणि निश्चितपणे येणाऱ्या कालावधीमध्ये कृषी पर्यटनाला चालना देण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून त्याचा मोठ्या प्रमाणात फायदा त्या ठिकाणी होणार आहे. कृषी पर्यटनाच्या माध्यमातून अनेक रोजगाराच्या मोठ्या संधी त्या ठिकाणी प्राप्त होत आहेत. महाराष्ट्राचा जर आपण विचार केला तर मला वाटतं की आताच्या घडीला साधारणतः 1100 पेक्षा जास्ती नोंदणीकृत, 400 पेक्षा जास्ती आणि नोंदणी न केलेले 1100 पेक्षा जास्ती केंद्र आपल्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आताच्या घडीला कामकाज करतायत. आणि म्हणून या सर्वांना एक कुशल ट्रेनिंग देऊन आपण जर प्रशिक्षित केलं तर निश्चितपणे त्याला आणखी मोठ्या प्रमाणात चालना मिळू शकणार आहे. एक कार्यकर्ता या नात्याने मी या विषयाकडे जेव्हा पाहतो तर मला वाटतं की पर्यटनाच्या निमित्ताने निसर्गाचा शेतीचा एक आनंद तर पर्यटकांना घेता येईलच आणि आता करोनाच्या पार्श्वभूमीवर तर त्याचं महत्व आणखी जास्त अधोरेखित झालेलं आहे. परंतु पर्यटकांना या पर्यटनाच्या माध्यमातून शेती काय आहे, शेती कशा पद्धतीने केली जाते, शेतकऱ्यांच्या पण काही अडीअडचणी आहेत, शेतकऱ्यांचं काय कष्ट आहे, हे पण मला वाटतं की समाजाच्या समोर त्या ठिकाणी निश्चितपणे येईल. आणि एक माणूस म्हणून, एक नागरिक म्हणून जेव्हा केव्हा शेतकऱ्यांच्या कष्टाला न्याय देण्याच्या संदर्भातले विषय समोर येतील तर त्यावेळेस या सर्वांची निश्चितपणे सकारात्मकता त्या ठिकाणी असणार आहे. मला वाटतं की कदाचित उद्याला आपण ज्यांनी नाविन्यपूर्ण उपक्रम संपन्न केलेले आहेत त्यांचा गौरव पण आपण करणार आहोत. आणि योगायोगाची गोष्ट अशी आहे की महाराष्ट्राच्या ज्यांना आपण सन्मानित करणार आहोत तर ते तीनही आमच्या महिला शेतकरी भगिनी आहेत. पुण्याच्या सौ नंदा कासार जी आहेत, बारामतीच्या सौ संगीत भापकर जी आहेत, ठाणे शहापूरच्या डॉक्टर अश्विनी कोटकर जी आहे. म्हणजे आनंदाची गोष्ट अशी आहे की महिला मोठ्या प्रमाणात याच्यामध्ये सहभागी होत आहेत आणि आपल्या कर्तृत्वाचा झेंडा कृषी पर्यटनाच्या माध्यमातून त्या उभा करतायत. महाराष्ट्राचे मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांची कृषीच्या संदर्भातली जी संकल्पना आहे, विकेल ते पिकेल, म्हणजे ज्या वाणांना बाजारामध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणात मागणी आहे, ज्या माध्यमातून 2 पैसे शेतकरी बांधवांना जास्तीचे मिळणार आहे, अशी पिकं शेतकरी बांधवांनी घ्यावी. आणि म्हणून त्या दृष्टिकोनातून विचार आणि कामकाज करीत असताना निश्चितपणे हा एक जोड व्यवसाय शेतकऱ्यांच्यासाठी पण चांगला त्या ठिकाणी उपलब्ध होतो आहे. आणि याला जास्तीत जास्त आणखी कसं स्वरूप प्राप्त करून देता येईल त्या दृष्टिकोनातून कृषी विभागाच्या वतीने येणाऱ्या दिवसांमध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणात कामकाज केलं जाईल. शहरांना लागून असलेली जी काही खेडी गावं असतील त्याच्यामध्ये प्रामुख्याने हा विषय फोकस करून आपल्याला येणाऱ्या दिवसांमध्ये कामकाज निश्चितपणे करावं लागेल. मला वाटतं की खानदेशमध्ये जळगाव च्या आजूबाजूच्या जिल्ह्यांमध्ये ज्या पद्धतीने भरीत वांग्याची पार्टी केली जाते, नगर जिल्ह्याच्या पंचक्रोशीमध्ये हुरड्याची पार्टी केली जाते, त्याच पद्धतीने आपल्या कोकणामध्ये जे काही वाण असतात त्याच्यामध्ये विशिष्ट ऋतूमध्येच ते वाण येत असतात आणि त्याचं साजरीकरण केलं जात आहे. यालाही जोड आपल्याला या पर्यटनाच्या माध्यमातून मोठ्या प्रमाणात देता येऊ शकेल आणि कृषी विभाग त्या माध्यमातूनही कामकाज करायला घेतो आहे. पाठीमागच्या काळामध्ये जो आमच्या निसर्गाचा, आमच्या पूर्वजांचा जो ठेवा आहे, जंगलांमध्ये ज्या काही वनस्पती आहेत, जी फळं आहेत, जो भाजीपाला आहे, त्याचं आम्ही 1 दिवसाचं साजरीकरण ठेवलं होतं आणि त्याला अतिशय चांगला प्रतिसाद संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्रव्यापी मिळाला. आणि ही भाज्या, हे फळं आपण कृषी क्षेत्रामध्ये पण कशा पद्धतीने आणू शकतो आणि त्या माध्यमातूनही कृषी पर्यटनाच्या माध्यमातून त्याची अधिकची माहिती निश्चितपणे नागरिकांना आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी देता येईल. आणि म्हणून मला असं वाटतं की ज्या पद्धतीने महिलांची मोठी संख्या कृषी पर्यटनामध्ये सहभागी होते आहे, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या आदेशानुसार कृषी विभागाच्या ज्या काही योजना आहेत त्याचा लाभ देत असताना साधारणतः 30% योजना या महिला शेतकरी भगिनींच्यासाठी राखून ठेवण्यात आलेल्या आहे. आणि म्हणून जे कोण कृषी पर्यटनामध्ये सहभागी व्हायला घेत असतील त्यांना कृषी विभागाच्या ज्या काही योजना आहेत त्यांना ज्यांची अपेक्षा असेल त्या योजना प्राधान्यक्रमाने निश्चितपणे देण्याचं आम्ही धोरण त्या ठिकाणी आखू आणि त्याची अंमलबजावणी मोठ्या प्रमाणात निश्चितपणे त्या ठिकाणी आपण साध्य करू. माननीय पांडुरंग तावडेजींनी ज्या काही अडचणी या संदर्भात व्यक्त केलेल्या आहेत, मग येणे करण्याच्या संदर्भातला विषय असेल, विजेचा दर जो कमर्शियल लावला जातो तो घरगुती आपल्या धोरणामध्ये आहेच तो मुद्दा की घरगुती दर त्या ठिकाणी लावले गेले पाहिजेत. मला वाटतं की शासन पातळीवरनं हे विषय आपण निश्चितपणे सकारात्मक घेऊन लवकरात लवकर मार्गी लावण्याचा त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्न करूया. अनेक महानुभावांना या ठिकाणी बोलायचं आहे, त्यांचे अनुभव या ठिकाणी अधोरेखित करायचे आहेत आणि 2 दिवसाची ही एक मला वाटतं की सुवर्ण संधी आहे त्यांचे विचार ऐकण्याची. जेव्हा जेव्हा वेळ उपलब्ध होईल आणि हे विचार ऐकण्याची संधी मिळेल ते निश्चितपणे माझ्यासारखाही कार्यकर्ता त्याचा आनंद त्या ठिकाणी घेऊया. आणि परत एकदा माननीय नामदार आदित्य ठाकरे साहेबांचं मी या ठिकाणी आभार व्यक्त करतो. या विषयाला चालना देण्यासाठी त्यांनी पुढाकार घेतला आणि मोठ्या प्रमाणात ग्रामीण भागाच्या शेतकरी बांधवांच्यासाठी रोजगाराच्या संधी या निमित्ताने प्राप्त होत आहे. या गोष्टीचा मी आनंद व्यक्त करतो. आपल्या सगळ्यांचा आभार व्यक्त करतो. आपल्या सर्वांना शुभेच्छा देतो.
धन्यवाद सर. We at international conference we thank you for your guidance and we will see all farmers, particularly rural women, ज्या महिलांना ॲग्रिटुरिझम करायचं आहे आणि
अगदी फ्लुएंटली नसल्यामुळे मी मराठीतनं बोललो.
काही हरकत नाही सर. म्हणजे मुद्दा खूप महत्वाचा आहे आणि तुम्ही छान पद्धतीने मुद्दा मांडलेला आहे. आफ्टर ऑल आपल्याला शिकायचं आहे आणि महाराष्ट्रातले आता बरेचसे शेतकरी हे लाईव्ह आपला कार्यक्रम ऐकतात आहे. सरते शेवटी आपण आपल्या ग्रामीण भागातल्या महिलांसाठीच कृषी पर्यटनासाठी हे सगळं व्याप घडवून आणलेला आहे आणि त्यांच्या दृष्टिकोनातून हा खूप मुद्दा चांगला आहे. आणि 30% तुम्ही ज्या योजना आहेत या कृषी पर्यटन करणाऱ्या महिलांसाठी राखीव ठेवताय हे खूप मोठी आज घोषणा खरं तर म्हणता येईल. ऑनरेबल Minister of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, very dynamic, very abundance in tourism knowledge, and very, very proactive. Under his regime, we have declared policy for agritourism in Maharashtra. We are the first state in India to declare the farm tourism or agritourism policy, and which has already started the implementation. We have 400 and more farmers who have registered for this scheme. And to take the further leap in agritourism, I request Honorable Sir to address the participants and panelists.
धन्यवाद तावडे साहेब. आपण माझं कौतुक करून इंट्रोडक्शन केलं. ह्या स्क्रीनवर दिसणारे नामदार दादा भुसे साहेब, अदितीजी, वलसाजी, सावलकरजी, आशुतोषजी, आपण सगळेच आणि इतर सगळे मान्यवर ज्यांना मी मुंबईत व्हर्च्युअली स्वागत करत आहे. अर्थात व्हर्च्युअली कारण गेले 1 वर्ष आणि आता अजून किती पुढे असंच आपल्याला कदाचित घरात किंवा कदाचित शेतात, कारण मध्ये शहरी भागात तसं फिरणं होणारच नाही. पण मला वाटतं ही कॉन्फरन्स खूप महत्वाची आहे ॲग्री टुरिझम, बिकॉज वेन वी स्पीक अबाउट ॲग्री टुरिझम वी आर स्पीकिंग ऑफ अ व्हेरी व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट सेक्टर दॅट वी आर येट टू एक्सप्लोर इन इंडिया, इन महाराष्ट्र. अँड आय एम रिअली प्राऊड दॅट आर स्टेट, द स्टेट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, under the leadership of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray ji, Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar ji, Revenue Minister Balasaheb Thorat ji has taken the lead in agri-tourism. We are called a country of agriculture. कृषी प्रधान देश म्हणून आपला देश जगात ओळखला जातो. More than 60% of our population is engaged in agriculture. Maybe a little more fluctuating figure, but a lot of us still have our roots in the rural areas. We mostly recognize our native towns in the rural areas, and when we go back to the rural areas, whoever we might be it a doctor, be it a police person, be it a politician, be it a teacher, be it a corporate, one thing we all enjoy is to step out into the agricultural field, maybe for a walk or for agriculture or for plucking the fruits of the farm whenever we go to places around Maharashtra or be it across India. Another thing I've really noticed is, apart from the agricultural economy, when we go to a couple of hill stations across Maharashtra or India and a couple of other states, we tend to take tourists, and the biggest of the biggest hotel chains tend to take the tourists to a field by the riverside or field by the hill station or hill slopes where we go and enjoy the fields of agriculture. I think it is very crucial to link both of it, because for us as agriculture, we employ maximum amount of people in our country. It is a sector which is formally and informally working in our country to give maximum growth, maximum produce, and of course, an impetus to employment in our country. But when we look at marrying agriculture with tourism, I think that is where the real success would lie, because honestly, tourism is a sponge sector. Just yesterday, Valsa ma'am and I were discussing a couple of points with some of the hoteliers in Maharashtra. Aditi ji and I have been, discussing a couple of more points with the whole service sector, with the hospitality sector. And we've always recognized this sector as a sponge sector. In times of a pandemic where all of us are anxious that whether we will lose our jobs, how can we retain our jobs, how will the economy grow back, will the people ever step out again, how much time will it take for economies to grow, for us to fly to other countries, to other states, when will connectivity be normal again, can we really move around without a mask? I think in such times, one of the solace has been that all of us actually can go to the rural areas, to the countryside, and spend some time in the open fields. I think that is also one of the safest ways of enjoying tourism and travel right now. So when we try to link up agriculture to tourism, the result we would find is tremendous. And this is not something new that we are looking at in Maharashtra, although we are probably one of the first states in India to have a policy, a formal agricultural tourism policy for the same. But this is not something new that we are venturing to. And that is something I'm really thankful about, because the 2-day conference that has been organized by the department and yourself, Taudeji, is very crucial for us to learn. I think one of the biggest things we take away from the pandemic is to always keep learning, listening, and improving ourselves. Therefore, we've got the agriculture department, we've got experts from world over, renowned people in this field who could really guide us to take us to new heights. When we look at countries like Italy, when we look at countries like Spain, or even Bhutan, you have tourism packages that take you right from the airport and the hustle and bustle of the city into the hinterlands, into the countryside, and you can actually enjoy a stroll amongst the cows or the sheep, or even pluck strawberry, or go to a vineyard, or pluck mushrooms, pluck different fields. Like that, if you look at Maharashtra, like Dada Bhusiji was speaking about, the Hurda party. That is one of the things. If you go into Konkan, you have cashews, you have mangoes. If you go into Vidarbh, you'll also find different fruits. I think this is very, very crucial, that we take our rural economy, we take our natural beauty. And very often we say in almost all tourism conferences that Maharashtra, which means the great nation actually, or the great state, it actually has almost everything that we could really imagine in terms of geographical features. We have rivers, we have lakes, we have mountains, we have open areas, we have meadows, we have the coastal side. I think we are a unique state, one of a kind in India. And if we have to take advantage of it in terms of the geographical features, in terms of the climatic features, and put it out to our people to really grow from the features that we have today and the benefits of nature, I think agricultural tourism would be a major, major part of that policy. To be very honest, the rural life that calls out to a lot of people today in times of the pandemic, I think this is an opportune moment for agri-tourism to grow truly in terms of one of the fastest growing sectors in our country. I'm really happy that we have formed a policy on this. Without saying much on this, because there is, of course, I can go on congratulating the department and the people who have got this together, but I think the whole intent of this conference is not to speak, but to listen from people who've had experience in this sector, from people who are experts in the sector, from people like you, Taudeji, and others on the screen who've been promoting the sector for a long, long time. I think the idea for all of us is to humbly take lessons from you, to learn and to grow in coexistence with all of you across all continents around the world. I think now is the time to go back to our roots. We've realized that the pandemic has made us go back to the basics. We were soaring above in the skies, and we thought 2020 would be a year of absolute technology-driven things, and we've got back to wearing a mask and washing hands and learning how to wash our hands again. I think it's taken back to the roots. It's very crucial to stay grounded, just like the trees, to have roots below the ground and realize what is happening below us, have feet on our ground, and go forward. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra, Vande Mataram.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. परंतु सर, महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आपण ज्यावेळेला कृषी पर्यटन करतो आहोत आणि महिलांचा सहभाग त्याच्यामध्ये वाढतो आहे, परंतु काय होतंय की महसूल विभागाचे जे अधिकारी आहेत ते आम्हाला सर्वांना NA सर्टिफिकेट मागत आहेत सर आणि मग पूर्ण ॲग्री टुरिझमचा
तो मगाशी आपण जो पॉईंट बोलला दोन्ही तिन्ही जे 2-3 गोष्टी आपण सांगितल्यात तर ह्या कॉन्फरन्स नंतर मी आपल्याशी फोनवर बोलून आपण त्याला सोडवायचा प्रयत्न करू.
थँक्यू सर, थँक्यू सो मच. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your guidance and wonderful help Maharashtra government and Department of Tourism is doing. I request Dr. Dhananjay Savalkar, sir, to vote of thanks.
Namaste. On the occasion of this 14th World Agritourism Day, Agritourism Development Corporation, with the support of Maharashtra has organized this virtual international conference. And for the opening session of this conference, our Honorable Minister of Tourism and Environment, Mr. Aditya Thackeray, has taken out time from his busy schedule to guided us through this platform. I would like to thank him on the behalf of the Tourism Department and the organizers. I want to thank both Honorable Dadasaheb Bhushe, Minister of Agriculture, and Honorable Ms. Aditi Tatkare, Minister of State for Tourism, for their support and guidance. I would also like to express my gratitude to both Mrs. Valsa Nair Singh, Principal Secretary Tourism and the State Excise, and Mr. Ashutosh Salil, Managing Director of MTDC, for encouraging and supporting this initiative. A special thanks to all the dignitaries who have joined from across the globe to share their knowledge and experience through this platform. I also want to congratulate and give big thanks to Mr. Pandurang Taure and his team, without whom this conference of international scale would not be possible. Finally, I would like to thank the DOT officials, all the participants and media for attending this session. This conference is just a stepping stone towards achieving the great heights in the agritourism sector in near future. I'm confident that we will make sincere efforts to further develop this sector in Maharashtra, and I assure everyone that this conference will be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Savarkar, sir. Thanks a lot. Our guests of honor shall now address the audience and share their valuable experience and knowledge and pave our path to a bright future of agri or farm tourism. I request Sri D. Venkateshan, Regional Director, Western and Southern Region, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, to share his opinion, experience and knowledge with us.
Namaste and very good morning.
Namaste.
Honorable Cabinet Minister of Tourism and Environment, Government of Maharashtra, Sri Aditya Thackeray ji, Sri Dadasaheb Bhuse Saheb, Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Ex-Servicemen Welfare, Government of Maharashtra, Ms. Aditi Sunil Tatkare, Honorable Minister for State for Industries, Mining, Tourism, Horticulture, Sports and Youth and Welfare, Government of Maharashtra, Ms. Valsa Nair ma'am, respected Principal Secretary, Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, who has been a big support to India tourism always, Shri S.K. Mishra sir, former Principal Secretary to Prime Minister and former Secretary Tourism, Government of India, Dr. P. Chandrasekhar, Director General, National Institute of Agriculture, Dr. Harsh Verma, Ex-Director, UNWTO, Shri Pandurang Taure, Managing Director, Agri Tourism Development Corporation, and convener of today's International Conference of Agri Tourism, and Shri Ashutosh Salil ji, Managing Director, MTDC, Director Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Steve Borgia, and all the eminent and distinguished panelists, national and international speakers, and all participants who have joined online. I would like to record my sincere appreciation to Agri Tourism Development Corporation and Maharashtra Tourism Department for organizing this two-day international conference on agri-tourism on the virtual platform, focusing on the rural women's sustainable entrepreneurship opportunities through agriculture tourism. As our earlier speakers have said, Maharashtra is one of the most significant agri-tourism destinations in India. Farm homestay has become a popular concept, in fact, in Baramati and Shayadri Hills, and locals have been encouraged to offer farm stays in order to cater to the growing demand of the tourists. As we all know, stay in a farm is an important element of agri-tourism experiences, and in order to improve the visitor experiences to farms and agro-tourism units, it is important that training in different spheres of hospitality, behavioral skills, marketing and sales skills, destination promotion skills, etc., is imparted to the stakeholders. In this regard, the Ministry of Tourism has already taken a lead, and in February 2021, we organized a mega workshop for training of homestay owners in Darjeeling. Similar workshops were held in Kochi also. And today, on behalf of India Tourism Mumbai, I would like to propose to extend such training workshop for the farm stay owners in Maharashtra. We will consult the Maharashtra Tourism Department and together come out with a schedule soon. Incidentally, I was in a conversation with the Sindhudurg tourism stakeholders, Mahasangh, also yesterday, who are keen on having such capacity building programs. And I would like to propose that such training will be a continuous process, just not in one area, but across the state and also other regions which the India Tourism looks after. In fact, the Ministry of Tourism is making various efforts to register accommodation units in the country in the ministry's portal called the National Integrated Database for Hospitality Industries, which is shortly known as NIDI. Till date, over 35,000 accommodation units have been registered in the portal, which was activated in 2020. The farm stay owners may come forward to register their units under this portal. In fact, we have translated the whole guidelines in Marathi language, which I will be sharing with the state tourism department and also with the Agro Tourism Corporation for wider dissemination, so that more and more such units can be registered and be a part of the uh, our national database. Given the current COVID-19 outbreak, it is important that all accommodation units take suitable measures to restrict any further transmission of virus while providing accommodation to other tourist service post lockdown. As we have seen in the past, the trend towards traveling to rural areas and to wilderness destinations has been big, and similarly the farm destinations would again be an important attractions once the travel opens. The Ministry of Tourism has already in place an operational recommendation for B&Bs, homestays, and farm stays, which aim to minimize all possible physical contacts between staff and guests. And we would also, again, after this conference, share those operation guidelines, which can further be disseminated if it has not been seen by the stakeholders, so that the future travelers can be taken care and there is more confidence. Let me also touch upon some initiatives and best practices which has been witnessed across the country. In fact, the Department of Tourism, Government of Kerala, is implementing something called the Green Farm Kerala scheme for promotion of farm tourism. The scheme aims to preparing the farm plantations in the state to receive tourists. Similarly, the state government of Punjab has given due importance for promotion of farm and agriculture tourism. In fact, the Punjab State Tourism Policy 2018 has been notified, and a scheme for registration of farmhouses of agro-tourism has been promoted through press and electronic media. So these are some initiatives outside Maharashtra also, where we can look up for the best practices which are being done by such organizations. In fact, the Ministry of Tourism on its part has also instituted a National Tourism Award in the category of Best Rural slash Agri slash Plantation Tourism Projects to motivate the stakeholders in the tourism sectors for implementing such product. In fact, our convener today has been recipient of the National Tourism Award in the past. In fact, I remember meeting him for the first time when he was uh, selected for this award. In fact, we know that the rural tourism is also a mainstay and important activity which is being promoted by Ministry of Tourism, and the agriculture tourism invariably is an important component of this rural tourism. In fact, way back in 2012, the endogenous tourism project was launched, where initially 39 villages spread across the country were selected for development in cooperation with UNDP. This was further extended to around 169 villages, and now it has been subsumed by the Swadesh Darshan scheme, where we have the rural circuit. Under this Swadesh Darshan scheme, the ministry has been supporting thematic circuits, as I said, the rural circuit also, and the states of Bihar and Kerala in the past between 2017-18 and 18-19 have been sanctioned projects under rural sector. So maybe going forward, other states can also look up to the rural circuit for development of rural tourism and agro-tourism. Besides this, there is also a scope for synergy beyond the Ministry of Tourism. There is this Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, which is by the Department of Agriculture Cooperative and under the Ministry of Agriculture, where states like Odisha, Rajasthan have also been provided support. So we should look at how we can synergize just not the tourism department resources, but also other related ministries who have been supporting such initiatives. And going forward, I would also like to inform that under the Ministry of Tourism revised guidelines for approval of tour operators, etc., we have a segment now which is called green shoots or startups, where the tour operators can register without any experience or with not much of requirements, and this will again, I would urge that the agri-tourism operators can chip in and also take a role as a tour operator, and such tour operators also have the scope for financial assistance for marketing, etc., under the market development assistance scheme of Ministry of Tourism. So this will again help in bringing in additional resources. In fact, I would also like to say that the India Tourism Mumbai will be, once the situation improves and when things are fine, would like to organize some farm tours, especially from the big cities in Maharashtra, bringing in tour operators to the actual farms and to see and assess the facilities and the infrastructure, so that there is more visibility. We have supported events which have been happening in the past. For example, the Bodhi Chiku Festival, which happened in 2020 February, was supported by India Tourism Mumbai also. So similarly, to create awareness, we would also would like to tie up with the stakeholders and the state government to promote this. The India Tourism, again, as a representative of the Ministry of Tourism for the Western and Central India, would be very happy to collaborate and take forward this product of the agro-tourism. In fact, I had spoken in one of the conferences in Gujarat where the focus was on the food tourism and agri-tourism in Maharashtra, and it was quite welcomed, and almost everybody in the industry do acknowledge that Maharashtra has been pioneer in agriculture tourism, and going forward with this Mumbai declaration, I'm sure more thoughts and ideas would come up. With this, I once again pledge the support from the India Tourism Office in Mumbai for development of agri-tourism in the region, and specifically in Maharashtra in cooperation with the state tourism and the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the initiatives taken by you and your team are truly commendable and remarkable in the field of agri-tourism. Thank you so much, sir. I request Dr. P. Chandrasekhara, Director General, National Institute of Agriculture Extension, Management, Hyderabad, to address the audience.
Namaskar to all the participants and my respects to all the dignitaries present in the program. I would like to compliment Agriculture Tourism Development Corporation and Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra for taking this very big initiative at a global level. Special thanks to all the initiative of Pandurang Tavre. And I recognize the presence of all the international delegates and participants. It's a great event for us, especially for the Department of Agriculture, not only for tourism. It's a blending process of tourism and agriculture for benefiting the farmers. It's a great initiative. Every speaker focused on building the capacity of all the stakeholders, basically the farmers. I think that is where an institute like National Institute of Agricultural Extension Management comes into picture. It is an autonomous organization under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. We are working for strengthening agricultural extension systems in the country and abroad by training, research, consultancy, policy advocacy, international programs, education, documentation, dissemination, promotion of agripreneurs and agri startups, and many more activities. So I, very happy to share with you, way back in 2003, we had organized a program on agri-tourism, national level training program at Goa. The response was tremendous actually. Encouraged by the response, very next year, 2004, I had organized a program at Pune. Afterwards, every year Manage is organizing regularly program, and we are very happy to share with all the participants that we are working very closely with Mr. Taure and Agriculture Tourism Development Corporation for organizing programs and sensitizing, agripreneurs, especially every year. So today, we have food security thanks to hard work of all the professionals as well as farmers, but we are shifting our focus to income security. That is where we need to understand, perceive agriculture differently. Agriculture is not growing potato and tomato. It is, the agriculture tourism is adding a lot of, income value to hands of the farmers directly. That is where there is a lot of scope for involvement of agri-tourism in agriculture sector. I'm very happy to see Honorable Agriculture Minister taking part in this program. In 5 minutes, just I would like to focus on 5 important points. Number 1, creating awareness among all the stakeholders. The farmers who provide the service, the tourists who avail the service, and the bankers especially who facilitate this entire process. These 3 important stakeholders, I think building the capacity, sensitization, organizing training programs is very, very important. Along with the package of practices of all the crops, I think the package of practices, the good practices which we are discussing today, it should be taught to all the farmers who volunteer to take up this responsibility. This is very, very important because they deal with very sensitive urban tourists, international tourists. I think the nitty-gritty should be understood by the farmers, and therefore capacity building and awareness is very important. The tourist also, it is not staying in a 5-star hotel and a impersonal, atmosphere. Basically, when they go to farm village, when they deal with farmers, a different kind of attitude is required, and their perception about village farmers and need to be understood in a different context. Therefore, sensitizing the tourist who prefer to choose agri-tourism is also very, very important. Of course, bankers, we need to sensitize because their support is very, very critical. So we need to, sensitize the farmers on good practices in agriculture tourism, just like package of practices of all other crops. Second one, involvement of tourism department. Of course, it is very much there. It is led by, tourism department, but involvement of agriculture department is also very, very important. Department policy makers and officials. For example, we have very important institutional mechanism at district level called Atma Agriculture Technology Management Agency. They disseminate latest technology to the farmers, and based on a policy document called Strategic Research Extension Plan, it is a district level plan. I think just like package of practices for all the crops, I think agri-tourism good practices should also be included in a SREP document, and it should be given priority by Krishi Vignan Kendra, which is located at district level. The third important aspect in promotion of agri-tourism is it should be pursued as an academic discipline. Now, the good practices out of experience of Pandrang Taureji, they are laying the foundation for agri-tourism here and there. They are the islands of success. But it has to emerge as a academic discipline. It should be adopted by state agriculture universities, ICR organizations, and we have to develop a course and innovative tools and techniques in agri-tourism, and new concept like weekend farmer, Sunday farmer, and rent a plot, and family farmer. Many more Indian version of agri-tourism concepts can also be added. Manage being a national institute and a capacity building organization, we will be very happy to take up this responsibility of massive sensitization, and also launching a special course on agri-tourism for different stakeholders in collaboration with tourism department as well as Agri-Tourism Development Corporation experiences. The fourth important point is integrating agripreneurs, agri-startups, and farmers producers organizations in promotion of agri-tourism activities. For that, several programs are there, extension programs. We can make use of them. Bringing entrepreneurs in rural areas from agriculture background into agri-tourism is very important aspect. I think Agri Clinic and Agri Business Center scheme of Government of India, RKBY Raftar scheme, which promotes agri startups. For both the programs, Manage is the knowledge partner and implementing agency, and we can play important role in this. And the last one, networking all the stakeholders is very important. Networking among the farmers, networking between the farmers, networking between agriculture and tourism department, between the states and between the countries of all the stakeholders is very important aspect. I think this involvement, integration, research, and networking and creating awareness, this will take agri-tourism to the next level. My best wishes for the grand success of this international event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. The vision of Manage is to be counted among the most pioneering, innovative, user-friendly, and self-supporting agriculture management institute in the world. I'm sure that you're very near to accomplishing your vision. Thank you so much, sir. I request Dr. Harsh Verma, ex-technical director, UNWTO Spain, to share his experience and extend his support towards the objective of this international conference. He is also known as the Wikipedia in the tourism department. Hello, sir.
Hello. Thank you very much, and a very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to convey my personal greetings to all the participants who are here with us this morning on the occasion of the 14th World Tourism Day. A full house at this conference proves nothing but your deep interest and commitment to agri-tourism and how this form of niche tourism can be further developed and promoted with the resultant social, economic, and environmental benefits for rural communities. I would also like to compliment the government of Maharashtra, which has organized this conference in collaboration with ATDC. The presence of 3 honorable ministers this morning, together with senior officials of the Department of Tourism, is a clear manifestation of the significance which the state government attaches to tourism in general and to agri-tourism in particular. I do sincerely hope that the support and cooperation of the state government to agri-tourism would continue to be extended in equal measure in the future as well. My deep and sincere appreciation to Shri Pandurang Tavade, the father of agri-tourism in India, for all his untiring efforts in developing and promoting this form of niche tourism, which has motivated and encouraged farmers in several states to undertake rural agri-tourism. So, heartiest congratulations to Taureji and his very efficient team, and to you, Revati, for being our host this morning. And I am sure that the conclusions and recommendations of this conference will definitely show us the way forward to further explore and optimize the potential of agri-tourism, not only in India, but also globally. I must say that the theme of this conference is a very apt one and concerns a major player in agri-tourism, women and their entrepreneurial role in the organization, operations, and management of agritourism. Now, gone are the days when women used to play a supporting or a supplementary or a secondary role to their male counterparts. Today, they are in the forefront, leading from the front, either as individuals or in farm cooperatives. Whether it is operation and management of accommodation units, farm stays or local guest houses, farm visits, community supported agriculture and horticulture, dairy operations, you name it, and you will find women organizing and managing these services and facilities. But that is not all. Women, through agritourism, have offered a chance to visitors to reconnect to the land, helped preserve rural lifestyles, local culture, cuisine, folklore, and a series of local recreational activities. When you combine all these elements, they provide a unique opportunity for green and sustainable agri-tourism. I remember when I implemented my first agri-tourism project in a West African country in the late 1990s. I was surprised to note the will, the dedication, the commitment, the determination, and hard work of women in a country which was classified as a least developed country by the United Nations. And I vividly recall the Minister of Tourism telling me, pointing at a group of women entrepreneurs sitting in the audience, if anyone can do it, they can do it. Look at some of the East European countries which had no economic opportunities after the breakup of the Soviet Union. But they had flourishing agriculture and horticulture, a beautiful landscape, and a number of cottage industries in rural areas, such as cheese making, for example, local wineries, fruits and vegetables, and other produce. And of course, they had the affluent markets of Western Europe right next door, where people were looking for a different experience, a very different experience away from the world of laptops and mobile phones. They wanted to be with the nature, unhurried, uncommon, and unspoiled. And that's where agritourism played a major role in sustaining rural economies and preserving local cultures. I must say that agritourism led by women is a force to reckon with in the economies of several countries. Look at Slovenia, Slovakia, Philippines, Indonesia, Romania, Moldova, Costa Rica. The list is endless. I can recount a number of success stories from these countries. At the same time, I must say the journey for women entrepreneurs has not been easy when it comes to converting challenges into opportunities. It has been full of roadblocks, social pressures, I must say, especially family pressure to not compromise on obligations and responsibilities, balancing demands of livelihood with traditional role as a housewife and as a mother. The journey has seen many ups and downs, many peaks and valleys, but the hurdles have been overcome with a lot of hard work, self-confidence, and commitment. I have known several women entrepreneurs in many countries who set up their enterprises, starting as micro or small scale rural enterprises. They obtained soft loans, avail subsidies and incentives offered by governments and local authorities, trained their staff, set up accounting and financing procedures, formulated business development strategies, developed new products by adding services and facilities. Well, I can go on and on. The list is endless again. While a lot has been done, a lot has been achieved, I must say that a lot still remains to be done. New challenges crop up almost every day. I have noted several constraining factors when it comes to women entrepreneurs in agritourism. And I would like to place them before this conference to deliberate upon and come up with suitable recommendations to mitigate them. I would like to mention a few of these. Lack of institutional support, limited access to resources. How do you manage growth? That's a big issue. Non-availability of reliable and professional staff. Dealing with gender norms. Difficulty in accessing business and marketing networks. Limited access to information and training opportunities, to name a few. Of course, there are many more. We have a number of eminent speakers and panelists who have come to this conference with a wealth of experience and a range of expertise in agritourism. I would urge them to address some of these issues in their speeches and presentations. I do sincerely hope that the conclusions and recommendations of this conference would encourage and motivate more and more women to come forward to start, operate, and manage agritourism. And we can definitely aspire to have a sector, to build a sector which is economically viable, financially profitable, environmentally sustainable, and socio-culturally acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So you're truly a man of wisdom and experience, and your support and guidance is of utmost importance for us. Thank you so much, sir. I request Honorable Dr. Meena Gabor, Ex-Principal Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of Philippines, and initiator of Philippines Farm Tourism Policy to please address the audience.
Thank you. A pleasant good morning to His Excellencies from the Government of Maharashtra. And of course, congratulations to my friend, one of the organizers and leading convener, Pandurang Taware, for the successful holding of the 14th International Agri-Tourism Conference. And to all the speakers who have so graciously accepted to share their experiences and expertise with the participants. I hope that all participants in this gathering will be able to adopt some of the learnings that they will gather from this conference. The buzzword today among visitors is that they prefer to visit areas with open spaces, greener surroundings, healthy food, and fresh air. All these attributes can all be found in farm tourism. Farm tourism or agritourism is the new flavor of the month. It has been getting accolades from both national and regional governments and international organizations. According to the European Union, it is the best way to overcome rural poverty. It is multi-layered and multi-sectoral. It is attracting young people to stay in rural areas as farm guides, as social media and business development managers, marrying traditions and technology. Because farm tourism is sustainable and utilizes organic farming, it is more labor-intensive than just using chemicals and pesticides. The integration of tourism and farming allows more efficient resource utilization, which can provide jobs, increase income, business opportunities, and reduce urban migration. Farm tourism has become a very important alternative to farming It diversifies the economic base. It encourages greater community cohesion. And in the case of the Philippines, Republic Act 10816 of 2016, an act to accelerate the development of farm tourism in the country, has full support from both local and national government. In fact, a Farm Tourism Development Board has been set up, composed of both private and government sector, that is putting together the roadmap for the development of farm tourism. After accommodation, food and beverage are the second highest tourist expenditures. And believe it or not, farm tourism provides them all in every healthy and attractive ways. Have you eaten today? If you have, then we must thank a farmer. That is not something we think of automatically. It is only recently that we have again started to actively associate what we eat to whom and where it is produced. Up until a few years ago, you can ask a child where food comes from, and they would answer the grocery. There was a disconnect between consumer and producer due to urbanization and rapidly evolving technology, which is only now being bridged by the rise of the local food movement and farm-to-table cuisine. This newfound or perhaps renewed interest in knowing where our food comes and increased income to the farmer directly contributes to the rise of farm tourism in the world. Farm tourism, as defined by the law of the Philippines, is the practice of attracting visitors and tourists to farm areas for production, educational, and recreational purposes, which involves any agricultural or fishery-based operation or activity, and may also provide a venue for outdoor recreation and accessible family outings. It seeks to promote sustainable tourism, one that respects the environment in consideration of our future generations, one that respects the socio-cultural diversity and respect for our indigenous people, for us to benefit from their natural resources. I remember that there was a time when someone said, we have enough funds. Let's teach some of our tribal groups and ethnic groups how to farm. Only to find out that these ethnic groups has more traditions and technology that we can learn from. We must respect our communities by promoting responsible tourism that respects our elders, women, and children by showcasing our traditions and customs in a very interactive settings. One of the most pressing issues in agriculture today is climate change adaptation and mitigation. The International Institute for Rural Reconstruction, which is one of our partners, emphasized that while farmers are among the most affected by climate change, they are also in the best position to mitigate its effect. The key to climate change is a smart agriculture that is intensive and diversified farming, and utilizing our native varieties of crops, which actually we are encouraging farm tourism owners to engage in. Many of the would-be farm tourism practitioners have a common misconception that a farm tourism site needs to be a sprawling property for it to be attractive to visitors. For example, we have cases of small farm owners with a 20 square meter allocated for mushroom production that can yield an income of 30,000 pesos monthly and attract visitors to learn mushroom production and its uses. You must have heard that there are now snack items that are called crispy mushrooms. They also have packaged adobo mushroom, you know. So there are so many different things that are now being done with mushrooms. Farm tourism sites could also be a living museum to showcase traditions and lifestyles of a particular area. There is also much room for creativity and innovation in terms of creating farm tourism packages. You know, when you do farm tourism packages, it is not just the farm that you are selling. You're actually selling the community, because the farmers would like visitors to stay longer in the farms and use their farm stay facilities like staycations, farm stays. So there is also much room for the youth, no, to become interested in the benefits of indigenous plants. Many people, and I have learned so many things when I started doing farm tourism, a lot of things that I did not know before. For example, the bees. I remember that when my grandmother used to get angry with us because we used to actually drive the bee houses from the kitchen area, and my grandmother would say, no, it brings luck. But never before did my grandmother knew that the reason is that when you have bees going to your area, your back gardens or your houses attaching themselves, it is because you have balanced air and balanced soil and balanced food that actually attracts the bees, and which is good for the health of the people. It is for this reason that the youth have become more interested in agriculture. Today, the young ones think it is sexy to be in farm tourism. It is cool to be involved in farm tourism. Farm tourism has shown that a career in agriculture can be rewarding. In a country like us, where the average age of a farmer is 57 years old, wow, this is cause for celebration. However, it is not just the farm tourism operators who benefit from their site. The local businesses also thrive because of the increased number of visitors who have needs to be met. Local communities can find employment in successful and growing sites. Even exports can benefit from farm tourism. With the rise of many new artisanal products made on site, with majority of farms found in rural places, my goodness, the economic benefits are able to spread. Tourism as an industry also benefits from this new product in just as many ways. Farm tourism is unique in that there are so many different ways to do it. Even if we had just one craft or one farm specializing in one craft, we could have hundreds of farms, each providing unique products and experiences to their visitors. In a country as biologically diverse as ours, one can only imagine the possibilities. Farm tourism provides environmental benefits, such as preservation of the farm and farmlands, provision of quality products, and conservation of natural resources. What is a farm without our natural surroundings and its ecosystem? All these contribute to the appreciation of landscape of the rural area and encourages people to keep it clean and beautiful. Although not all farm tourism sites are 100% natural or organic, more visitors are drawn to sustainable agricultural practices, which in turn encourages operators to shift from conventional farming to this new healthy method of farming because there is a demand. Farm tourism is also providing a socio-cultural benefit to the tourism industry. One of the main reasons people visit is out of nostalgia for the simple life. You know, they want to taste the simplicity of life again. As such, farm tourism sites retain local customs and traditions to attract travelers. This not only preserves our rural heritage, but encourages people to share it through entertainment, food, architecture, souvenir items, and even clothing. In sharing their agriculture, visitors connect with farms who have suffered from cultural biases despite being one of the most important professions in the world. Travelers to farm tourism sites help improve the quality of life of local people simply by visiting. Through farm tours, farm stays, and other activities, the public becomes educated about agriculture. More so, they become engaged in it. How many farms do we know that they let their visitors actually experience farming? With the multiple benefits farm tourism provides, it is important to ensure that businesses are equipped to provide for visitors' needs. Now more than ever, there is a need for avenues to learn the skills needed in farm tourism activities. Aside from its annual Philippine Farm Tourism Conference, which is held every November of each year, together with the Lakbay Bukid Award, which is our Farm Tourism Award, the International School of Sustainable Tourism conducts farm tourism and other sustainable community-based rural tourism courses very regularly. And if you ever see them in the webinar or in the social media, please do so and attend. We have farm tourism basics, marketing and financing, edible landscape, urban farm tourism, farm stays, farm guiding, designing costings for farm tourism packages, organic production, culinary experience, effects of climate change in farm tourism, product development so that you can do farm tourism souvenirs, and effective customer service for farm tourism owners. I believe the ultimate goal of farm tourism is not about just the growing of crops and encouraging visits to farm, but it is the cultivation and perfection of human beings. There is a very popular Polish proverb: if the farmer is poor, so is the whole country. And with that, I would like to say thank you and mabuhay to all of you, and also to say hi to my old friend, Dr. Hars Barma. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. You have taken tremendous efforts in the field of farm tourism. We are all privileged and blessed that madam will also join us for the technical session in some time. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you.
I request Mr. Steve Borgia, MD, Indigo Group of Hotels, Chennai, to express his opinion on the scope of rural tourism in India and address the audience. So please, could you unmute your mic? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate this effort of Maharashtra Tourism and my good friend Pandu in doing this beautiful conference. Probably my role here would be to tell you three issues. One, we are all in the right track. I have an experience to say. I pioneered rural tourism in this part of the country. We have changed the fate of a few villages in Tamil Nadu. Their per capita income in 1992 was $4.03 US. Today, it has gone beyond 480 US. That's rank one for us. Two, the happiness quotient that we brought into these villages, the trust is phenomenal. Therefore, rural tourism has become a socio-economic tool. Tanjore, a destination about 40 kilometers away, was a 50-year-old destination. The tourism destination got shifted to this rural tourism spot. These are all elements to tell you what kind of future is waiting and why are we so slow in adopting farm tourism or rural tourism. I believe this is the future. I believe rural tourism is the future for a country like India because it changes the fate of those villages involved in agri or farm or rural tourism. We have to be so cautious today. We want to have tourists inside the villages. We want to have tourists inside the farm, but we don't want to take it away. Therefore, I also believe that tourism that does not offer benefits to the local communities is not fair tourism. Today, if you are going to sit back and wait for it to happen and to unfurl on its own, I'm afraid the statements that are being done by policymakers, decision makers today. Of late, I heard this also from government, which is very painful, to call agriculture a self-exploitative business. That is hurting. It is not. We have hurt agriculture and therefore they are hurt. So they are not to be blamed. But I still believe, and I'm a classic example for being involved in rural tourism, and in return we have done so much for the neighborhood. If you come to the places where we have established rural tourism projects, there are no beggars. It's the cleanest town in India. I can vouch for it. Our railway station are the cleanest railway station. We treat 100% of our solid waste, and electricity costs 13 paise less as compared to the rest of India. We have developed a lot more tourism destinations around. All girls' schools in the vicinity, nearly 648, have toilets in the schools. This many states cannot boast. And we have 57 air-conditioned bus stops in that neighborhood. 57 air-conditioned bus stops with ATMs attached. So the list can go on. We have no manual scavenging, no beggars. Beggars have all been trained to be sweepers. These are all things that can happen if rural farm and agri-tourism can be on the right track. I don't know why India is waiting, and therefore I compliment the Maharashtra tourism and my good friend Pandu for having taken this initiative. Probably you are the first state or the only state in this country to talk about policy and to talk about the importance for agri, rural and farm tourism. I wish you a long, long life, and I wish you go see other projects and implement all that, and then make the country open its eyes to this not tourism product, but a product of socio-economic development. I wish you all the best, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You're definitely a classic example, as you have said. Thank you so much. I request Shri S.K. Mishra, sir. He is an IAS retired chairman, IT RHD, Indian Trust for Rural Heritage and Development. He retired as a principal secretary to the Prime Minister of India. Sir, I kindly request you to share your valuable knowledge and extend your much needed support.
Thank you, distinguished ministers of the Maharashtra government, my eminent fellow guests of honor, Mr. Pandurang Tawari and his team, distinguished participants from India and abroad, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to speak on the occasion of this great day, the World Agriculture Tourism Day. Now, tourism has been very close to my heart throughout my career. And I've been privileged not only to have introduced the concept of highway tourism in India's state of Haryana in the early 70s of the last century, but also to have given the responsibility of shaping the policy at the national level in the 80s. The earlier emphasis was on heritage and culture, which no doubt were major attractions. During the course of my tourism postings and after retirement with 2 NGOs on the heritage field, however, I became increasingly aware that many foreign tourists felt that by moving from one 5 or 4-star hotel to another in the course of their travels, they were not experiencing the real India, which lives in our rural communities and villages. The need, therefore, was felt to give a new dimension to our tourism policy, and a beginning was made to promote rural tourism. Unfortunately, in the earlier stages, success was limited as adequate attention had not been paid to the criteria for selection of the target villages. Learning from past mistakes, the government of India then came up with a more well thought out policy, which included providing incentives. It is heartening to find that now private sector efforts in this field have given hope for the future. Pandurang Tawari, who is the moving spirit behind this conference, may rightly be considered as a prime mover and torchbearer of farm tourism in India. an important aspect of rural tourism and deserves a hearty congratulations and gratitude for his leadership. Tourism has many linkages to tangible and intangible culture, crafts, cuisine, heritage, history, nature, wildlife. It has now been demonstrated that agriculture also has a key role to play by tapping the farm sector. This includes horticulture and tea and coffee plantations, for our farms provide not only food, but other things as well, all the while affording glimpses of the real and authentic India. Agricultural policy must therefore not ignore its potential in bringing about a dramatic change in the lives of farmers by mounting the chariot of tourism. It is very heartening to find representatives here of countries where farm tourism has taken off. These including Philippines, Italy, Greece, Uganda, South Africa, Scotland, USA, and Thailand. We can certainly benefit from the experience. Farm tourism provides farmers with alternate sources of income. The community is motivated to take care of the assets, attractions, and heritage, whether tangible or intangible. Environmental pollution is kept to the minimum. Preservation of the local ecology gets priority. Organic farming is promoted. The impact of global warming is better understood, and the opportunities are created for small business to flourish with the influx of tourists. Other benefits include improvement in healthcare facilities and civic infrastructure. And with the economic benefits, the general quality of life improves, which eventually leads to a fall in migration to urban areas. In fact, a reverse trend holds out possibilities with many persons, particularly absentee farmers, wishing to get back to their roots and traditional occupations. Indirect but equally important results are that local culture and traditions gain greater respect and are thus sustained. Fairs and festivals are celebrated with gusto. Local pride develops as the residents see the appreciation of visitors. Gandhiji had a vision for rural India based on an integrated program of rural development covering all aspects of rural life. Unfortunately, the policies pursued immediately after independence focused more on industrial development to the neglect of the rural sector. The thinking, fortunately, is changing, and the time has come to promote rural tourism in a big way, as it can be a true catalyst for rural development. It goes without saying that for tourists to have a meaningful and comfortable experience, the necessary infrastructure must be developed. Minimum requirements are accessibility, pleasant surroundings, proper garbage disposal and sanitary conditions, homestays and other facilities, and trained people. The experience is greatly enhanced with exposure to vibrant craft and performance traditions, heritage monuments and sites, traditional vernacular architecture and activities in which visitors can participate. If all these are taken care of, then the net result would be general rural development, bringing in this way greater employment opportunities, better incomes, and women's empowerment, and the involvement of equal partners in development activities. I would like to cite an example. 10 years ago, with a number of like-minded colleagues, I established a new NGO, ITRHD, the Indian Trust for Rural Heritage and Development. Our focus is on rural areas with substantial heritage assets, tangible or intangible. We work to enhance and ensure the viability of the heritage and help the communities explore the heritage as a resource for overall development. For instance, at the request of the committee, a primary school had been set up in a village with a strong classical music tradition. Instead of getting teachers from outside, not an easy task, we were able to identify a number of young local women who had done their graduation, trained them, and then appointed them as faculty of primary classes. They have acquired newfound respect both in the village and in their families, and now are involved in many decision-making activities. In fact, they were strongly involved in designing the new school building. The community does not regard them as outsiders, and they set an inspiring model for their young female students. In many fields in India, women are in the forefront, and farm tourism can provide opportunities for them to assume significant roles. I am glad to note that there are a number of women entrepreneur speakers from different countries who will be sharing with us how women's participation in activities has contributed to the success of ventures, as well as the initial problems faced and the challenges met. We shall certainly benefit from the experience. Building on their traditional skills, women are ideally suited to management in the hospitality sector, such as organizing and running homestays and guest houses. They experience in cooking, arts and crafts, cultural activities, rituals and festivals. All these have great potential for tourism. Agri-tourism opens new vistas for these skills, such as packaging of produce for sale to visitors, demonstration and selling of traditional craft products, acting as guides and teachers for their guests. When the women of the family and the community become active partners in the venture and contribute to a new source of income, their empowerment immediately increases. In the rural sector, in most cases, the major and sustaining activity is farming, but many do not find it productive enough to ensure a decent and comfortable life. Agri-tourism offers the opportunity for farming to become a huge asset by creating an environment which offers new exposure and new income, thus bring about a welcome and desirable change in lives. Maharashtra has shown the way. In addition to Pandaram and two of his colleagues from Pune, I am glad to see that we have a participant from Punjab as well. I look forward to their presentations and hope that they can provide inspiration for other areas in India. I would hope that a concerted effort could be made at the national level by building partnerships on a long-term basis. Partnerships initiated by private parties should be supplemented and given full support by government, particularly the state level, with financing institutions like banks, NABARD, and the Tourism Finance Corporation of India. Professional advice from academic institutions like agriculture universities can be very helpful. And what is most important from the very beginning in the total involvement of the local community and local bodies such as panchayats, adopting farming techniques such as our well-tried out systems with organic farming will bring in better returns for the tourists as it will provide new insight. It would be advisable for the Ministry of Tourism to set up a separate directorate of rural tourism with two wings, one responsible for farm tourism and other for heritage and culture tourism in rural areas. A standing steering committee to provide guidance and monitor progress with representatives of the private sector and other concerned interests would inspire confidence. The Finance Ministry and state governments should every year have a budget allocation primarily for infrastructure. A word of advice before I conclude, based on our experience at ITRSD, the NGO that I've been actually involved with for the last 10 years. I would like to stress that farm tourism, which is aimed at promoting rural development, must include in its program conservation of our heritage, whether tangible or intangible, and support the preservation of the traditions which provide meaning to our lives. These would have a lasting impact on the minds of the visitors and enrich the experience immeasurably. Also, the effect of climate change on agriculture should also be a subject of constant study. I have every hope that this conference will spur us on to renewed efforts, and our association with friends from abroad, particularly those attending this conference, will be mutually beneficial. I wish your deliberations all success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, you have been through the journey of India's growth inside out till date, and your support is of extreme importance for us in farm and agri-tourism. Thank you so much, sir. I wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Thomas Streffeneder, the head of URAC Research Regional Development, Bolzano, Italy, to this conference today. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Thank you very much. Welcome to you, everybody. Yeah, I'm well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I further request Honorable Ashutosh Salil, IAS Managing Director, MTDC, to kindly address the audience. Please, sir, please could you address the audience?
This guy is the next. I think that she's making a mistake because
Honorable Ashutosh, sir.
Revati, I think till then Dr. Thomas will address the.
Yes, sir.
Thomas sir, just few encouraging words, and then as if you are speaking in technical session, but a few words of as all the best for the conference.
Okay. yeah, welcome to everybody. It's an honor to be part of this conference, and compliments to you, Pandurang, for this for the organization of this wonderful conference for the 14th time. I think this is a big step forward to promote agritourism worldwide on an international level. And it was a wonderful experience when we had the first World Agritourism Conference in Bolzano in Italy. And I will never forget how wonderful your participation and contribution was from India. And this was really very relevant to address the benefits and features of agritourism. So yes, I'm very honored to be part of the conference. I apologize my little delay, but looking forward for the contributions. And yeah, I have on board today also my colleague, Elisa Ravazzoli, who will speak on some women aspects in rural areas and on farms. And yeah, looking forward to the contributions. Thank you very much, Pandurang, again. And I hope, I really hope that the situation, the Corona situation, got better. We have very worrying and preoccupating news from India, and I really wish that you got better and the situation is now improving. All the best to India.
It is improving, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas.
The vote of Revati, you can take vote of thanks, Honorable Supriya.
Okay. I request Mrs. Supriya Karmarkar Datar, Madam, Deputy Director, Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Namaskar. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries. On the occasion of this 14th World Agri-Tourism Day, I take this opportunity to thank all the eminent speakers who have really given us a very new perspective to look at the agritourism, and we will definitely now look at the agritourism as a green, sustainable, rural, cultural tourism, and from a very wide 360-degree change to angle. I thank Shri D. Venkateshan sir, Regional Director, Western and South Region, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. P. Chandrasekhara, Director General, National Institute of Agricultural Extension Management, Hyderabad. Thank you very much, sir, for your guidance. Dr. Harsh Verma, Ex-Technical Director, UNWTO, Spain. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Meena Gabo, Ex-Principal Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of Philippines, initiated Philippines Farm Tourism Policy also. Shri Steve Borgia from Chennai, who is the pioneer of farm tourism in Tamil Nadu. Also, Shri Thomas from Italy, who has joined for the technical session. And also Shri S.K. Misra, sir, Chairman, ITRHD, and also retired as Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister of India. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable guidance. I thank all the dignitaries and eminent speakers who have joined this conference on the World Agri-Tourism Day. And thank you very much again.
Thank you so much, Madam. Thanks a lot. We shall commence with our technical session, day one. Our first speaker is the President of International School of Sustainable Tourism and ex-Principal Secretary, Tourism, Government of Philippines, Honorable Dr. Meena Gabo. She will share her expertise knowledge in Philippines' sustainable development of rural women entrepreneurship case study of farm tourism. I request Honorable Dr. Meena Gabo to address the audience. She, being a superwoman herself, will set the right example to conquer the obstacles and come out victorious in every quest of life. Hello, ma'am.
Thank you, Rebati.
Thank you.
Yeah. I strongly believe in the potential of farm tourism to uplift communities through income diversification, promoting sustainable agriculture, and contributing to food security. Now, let me just show you quickly a graph to show you the importance of farm tourism in the tourism statistics. In 2019, more than 1 billion tourists arrived in the world. And 30% of them were looking for nature areas, farm tourism, ecotourism, all natural areas. So you can imagine in countries where they have been getting a substantial number of tourists, if you look at 30%, it is a very substantial arrival for this type of tourism. And that number earned the world US dollars 3 trillion. Now let's look at some of these figures which are really exciting. There are 500 million small family farms today with mostly women farmers that is producing what is consumed in most of the developing countries. 80% of this farmland are in Asia and Africa. The productivity is generally lagging, so there's much room for improvement. Agriculture productions need to grow globally by 70% by 2050, and 14.6 million jobs were created by 2018 as the business environment started to improve. Now, let me share, I have mentioned this earlier, and I don't need to do it again. I think we can proceed. You know, as I said, farm tourism is attracting the younger generation to agriculture. And I think this is a welcome news for all of us in Asia, especially, where really the farmers are actually averaging around 56, 57 and above. And attracting the younger generation is something that is important. Now, let me just cite a few advantages of farm tourism, which our women farmers have taken advantage of. First, there has been an improvement in food processing. Never before have I seen development in food processing utilizing produce from our farms. And this is something that has been shown over and over again in many of the farms that are actually owned by our women farmers. There has been investments in rural cuisine. A lot of our chefs have started to go to the farms, and they have started to use the materials, spices, and other things that can be had in the farms to bring to the mainstream, to the cities, and start doing their special menus. Now, there has been also an improvement in the appreciation of minority culture and local lifestyle. Never before have we seen a lot of our indigenous people being assimilated into the farm tourism programs as they show their local lifestyles. Now, let me just cite a few of the women that have really made successful farm tourism ventures. I'd like to start with the Motag Living Museum in Boracay. This is very important. The owner, Miss Nanette Graff, married a foreigner, and each year they will come back to visit the Philippines. And the husband would say, "What a beautiful country you have." And so one day they decided, why don't we stay in the Philippines? And in doing this, they started to invite some of their friends, some of the foreign relatives of her husband. And as they went along, people would say, "Wow, why don't we invite more people and let them experience the food, you know, the local lifestyle in the farms?" And they decided to open up what they call the Living Museum, where the visitors actually enjoy weaving, they enjoy attending to the animals, and they actually use the native costumes, and they also learn how to sing the local songs in the area. And in so doing, they started to create a museum of tools. You know, they started to bring together the old tools that are being used in the farms. And that's how the Motag Living Museum started its program. The other women that I would like to actually showcase is Kaharian Farms. Kaharian Farms is actually the syllable from the children of the owners, Khalil, Hannah, Ria, and Hiram. Put together, it created Kaharian Farms. And Mrs. Bhagat Singh, the owner, has actually started this as a really just a hobby because they wanted their children to have their own food with minimal cost and that it should be eco-friendly, healthy, and they wanted to educate the friends of their children on the importance of having clean, pesticide-free vegetables. And what it started as a hobby is now a full-grown and actually 100% accredited organic farm in the Philippines. And they specialize in teaching people how to use vermicast or the vermicast culture. So you don't really have to have a farm tourism that does everything. You can be focused. And this is what they have done. So they are now bringing in for educational tours, not only students, but also farm owners that are actually developing their farms into farm tourism areas. The third woman that we would like to feature is Nurture Wellness Village. They are actually one of the pioneers in the spa and wellness industry. And this is very interesting because they were involved in wellness and spa. So they created what they call their pharmacy. Pharmacy. So what they did is to create a whole farm that showcases the anatomy of a human body. So they show the brain, the neck, and the different parts of the body. And that's the way they planted the vegetables. So whatever is good for the brain is planted in the brain area of the farm. And whatever is good for the different parts of the body, like if you have rheumatism, if you have stomach ache, if you have sore throat. So each part of the human body is shown in the farm. And they plant the plants that actually correspond as a medicinal plant. So they call themselves the Nurture Pharmacy. So this is another innovation in the farm tourism program that they did. So outside of the spa and wellness, they now invite their visitors not only to do the wellness programs, but also to attend and visit their farms. And they also have, vegetables and medicinal plants ready to be bought by these people. So this is another way of actually showcasing farm tourism. The fourth lady that we would like to feature is Yamang Bukid. Yamang Bukid means the wealth of the farm, the wealth of the farm. And Yamang Bukid is very interesting because this farm was the hotbed of illegal logging in Palawan, in one of our provinces. And people, when this guy, she was actually an overseas worker, and when she came back to decide whether they will develop their farm, people were saying, "Oh, don't go into the farm because it's a hotbed for illegal logging." And she was surprised why. So eventually, what they did was able to convince the illegal loggers to become farmers. And now they have stopped illegal logging in the area, and they have converted the area into one of the most exciting farm tourism visits that you can have in the Philippines. They have done different snack food, candies, they have done drinks, they have the turmeric drinks that they do that are very popular in the Philippines. So this now has become the most important business in that area, innovating turmeric, especially the turmeric-based health and wellness beverage. So here is a farm that had a problem, and they developed that to become one that is worth visiting. The next woman that I'd like to feature is Agrea, a young lady. You know, if I say that farming is sexy, well, she represents the millennials and really sexy. And she makes it a point to tell people if they want to get a good, healthy body, then you go farming. Because remember, before we used to have a song that if you sing that, the lyrics would tell you that it is difficult to go farming. So now she said, now I want to change that attitude. Farming can make you sexy. So now Agrea developed their farm in Marinduque. And Marinduque is a very difficult area for farming. They only have been doing coconut. They live off the coconut. And people don't believe that there's so much more that they can do under the coconut. And so when they started to come in, they started to plant turmeric, they started to plant high value crafts. And now they have, from one farmer, they're now focusing on making the Philippines an agriculturally sustainable, built on one island economy. Their slogan is zero hunger, zero waste, and zero insufficiency, because they are very much involved in the food security. Agrea became very active during the pandemic when the vegetables and other produce was difficult to get into Manila. They actually started to mobilize and started to work on making sure that this food actually arrived in Manila, and the one who manages it were all the team of young millennials, you know, who actually started to mobilize and get the food to Manila. Now, healthy human capital is the backbone of any economy. And this is something that we should really always remember, that taking good care of our planet is integrated in our business. So the environmental impact is a key consideration when we actually do our farm tourism programs. So this is something that we should always remember, that transformational approach to farm tourism is something that we make sure that producing food to the consumers and for the consumers is contributing an impactful change in every point of our supply chain. The next lady is actually the Uma Verde. Uma Verde is very interesting because this lady was joining, and her mother joined our training programs. And eventually, we found that they have become one of the most successful piggeries in our area, and now has been winning awards for the way that they have done their wellness in the production of piggery. Uma Verde is now a successful hog farm, and one of the most important lessons that they've learned is community programming. They actually involve the community in all of their programs. The different requirements that they have for the hogs are supplied by the community. And so this is something that we should also be looking forward, that when you develop a farm tourism area, it is not only about your own farm, but the success of your farm is the success of the community. So if we're able to involve the community in our endeavors in doing our farm tourism, that's the best advocacy that we can actually do for this industry. It must be able to actually give income not only to the farm tourism owners, but to entire communities involved. I remembered a case where we had a mango grower in one of the provinces, and she would come and complain. Says, "Mom, you know, we have a problem. You know, our neighbor keeps on dumping their waste in our farm." And I said, maybe because they see that you're very successful and they are not sharing in your success. I said, what is it that you buy mostly from the market that you think you can divert for them to produce? Because you now have so many visitors to your mango farm, and maybe something can happen. He says, well, I need native chicken, native grown chicken. And so I said, why don't you offer them some seed money and start doing the native chicken? And lo and behold, when they started it and they started to produce for the farm, the dumping of waste stopped. But what happened? The other neighbors started to ask, what else can we do? So you can see that the community is hungry to actually partake of the success of a successful farm tourism owner. So this community development is very important. The next woman is somebody that I really admire. This is Red Map, Mrs. Dakuy, and she is an APEC awardee for pioneering actually in the dragon fruit. And this story is brought about by one day she attended a conference, and but then she had to cut short the conference because her child was having what do you call this, a kind of a sickness that needs her attention. And this lady who was from South America said, I brought some fruits that I wanted to give away to my friends, but this is very good for your daughter. Bring it and let her eat it, and then she will have epilepsy. That's the sickness of the daughter. And she was having epileptic attacks. He says, let her take this, and if she is cured, I will send you cuttings that you can plant. And the daughter got cured, and she got cuttings of this plant and started this whole program up in the north. And before we know it, she had hectares and hectares of this planted, and she started to diversify. She has done wine out of it. She has done ice cream. She has done a lot. Like, for example, the spring rolls are done with that. She has done cookies and all of these different food elements. And right now, she has been teaching other farms how to start, because she cannot keep up with the demand for dragon fruit, especially in the hospitality industry. So these are women that have done successful ventures, very focused, and develop the potentials of the products in many other ways. So I always say that maybe instead of having, like in the Filipino version, we say sari-sari, which is a mix ways of planting. Maybe there's a need also to look at the farm and do focus attention to a crop, and making those crops diversify into many uses. And you will see that there's a lot of money to be had in this kind of industry. So ladies and gentlemen, those are some of the case studies of women, that have really multiplied in this country. And we look forward to many more of this. As I said in my previous statement, with the multiple benefits that we can have from farm tourism, it is important to ensure that businesses are equipped to provide for visitors' needs, and especially for the farm owners. They need to be equipped. Now more than ever, there is a need to learn the skills in order to make sure that you will be able to manage those farm tourism facilities very efficiently. So again, I would like to invite you to our courses in the International School of Sustainable Tourism on farm tourism that we regularly actually conduct. And hopefully we have had, attendance from many Asian countries and even beyond. And we hope to be able to see some of you joining us in this. And for that, I'd like to say thank you. Salamat po for giving us an opportunity to share with you the successes of some of our women entrepreneurs in the Philippines.
Thank you so much, madam. In farm tours, the idea of showcasing the wellness products related to the brain and other parts of our body as a part of the farm tourism in Philippines is unique. We love the new tagline, farming is sexy. The women in Philippines are all warriors and innovators. Zero waste and zero inefficiency is truly inspiring. As you rightly said, that taking care of our planet shall be the utmost importance in our business. Your wise words and compassion has turned the obstacles into opportunities for many young women rural entrepreneurs. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring words. I request Ms. Ravizoli Elisa, Track Research Institute for Regional Development, Bolzano, Italy, to share her valuable knowledge about Italy farm tourism. Ma'am, please could you unmute your mic?
Sorry. Good morning to everyone. I have a presentation, so I will start sharing my screen and let me see if you can see it well. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am, it's working well.
Okay. My name is Elisa Ravazzoli, and I work for the Institute for Regional Development at URAC Research. We are based in Bolzano. I thank you very much for the invitation to provide our viewpoint from Italy. And today I will like to present you a social innovation initiative that has been developed in South Tyrol, that has been led by women farmers and is based on social farming. I will provide you some background information and then declare the aim of the presentation, and then show you some results of the study that we have conducted, and concluding with some key messages. According to Eurostat data from 2015, 25% of the rural population of Europe was at risk of poverty or social exclusion. Small farmers and women are among the two most affected groups. So the employment rates in agriculture is generally high for men than for women. Women are more likely to be concentrated in low-pay employment, and they are absent in leading position. If we look at the data for South Tyrol, only 13% of the 2,000 farms are managed by women, if they constitute more than 40% of the workforce. So their work is often characterized by invisibility and low recognition. In addition to that, they have trouble being respected as business initiators and community leaders. So women are in minority in decision-making processes and in planning, and furthermore, in rural contexts that are characterized by marginality, social economic marginality, or marginality related to accessibility, the provision of services, meaning the access to jobs and education opportunities, quite weak for vulnerable groups, including women. So these challenges are particularly pressing when patriarchal gender rules often prevail, blocking women agency and compromising their well-being. So despite these social economic disadvantages, women are central for the sustainability of rural community as they contribute to rural livelihood, local community and social economic development. And in many different ways, they actually ensure for production, they participated in the food market, and they have this great and important role of passing on traditional knowledge and practices regarding farming and rural lifestyle. And they take care of the family and the children, and they provide caregiving, which is an important element in our society. So given this context, so how can we increase, how can we improve the situation? How can we resolve challenges related to gender equality and to disadvantages? So in this context, social farming as a form of social innovation in rural areas can be actually a way to address social exclusion and to generate new opportunity for women to obtain their own space of action. So social innovation related to social farming is particularly effective when such innovations are initiated and developed by women. So the concept of social innovation has been very discussed both in the academic field, but also in practice, and there has been many definitions. I've been working in a Horizon 2020 project in the past 3 years, in which the major aim was to better understanding and enhancing social innovation in marginalized rural areas. And among the tasks that we were asked to carry on, it was also to try to define better what social innovation was and social innovation is. And so the definition that I provide today is the definition that we developed within the project, and it's social innovation is conceived for us as the changes in social practices that respond to social needs of the vulnerable groups or to societal challenges. And this new way of doing things, this new service, not only responds to the social needs of the particular groups, but also seek to enhance outcomes on societal well-being that necessarily includes the engagement of the civil society actor within the process. So, so social farming in this context can be the way the activities are conducted, and the new way of providing services within the frame of social farming can actually really not only satisfy the need of the women, but also generates important and tangible effects and impacts at the whole community level. So the aim of my presentation today is to present part of the research that we have conducted and to fill a gap in the existing literature. So there are many studies of social innovation in rural development that address that underline the high potential of social innovation, but there are little knowledge on systematic tool to measure those impact in a systematic way, and also using not only qualitative information, but also quantitative. So the aim of the work today is to present a social innovation initiative on social farming led by women farmers based in South Tyrol, which empower women, but also generate strong social economic impact on societal well-being. The analysis was based on both qualitative methods and quantitative methods. So we conducted focus groups, semi-structural interviews, but also structured interviews with the aim to develop indicators whose value were triangulated with qualitative information in order to provide a comprehensive understanding of the context of the rural agency and on the impact that has been introduced and generated by the initiative. After this introduction, my story today is that of an initiative that is called Learning, Growing, Living with Women Farmers. Is a social cooperative offering childcare services on the farm in mountain valleys in South Tyrol. It was created in 2007 as an initiative of one woman willing to create professional and economic opportunities for all women farmers. And at the same time, it responded to the collective need to provide childcare services on the farm for parents willing to raise their children on a rural environment. The founder of the initiative was a former spokesperson of South Tyrol women farmers, who is very well known and rooted in the local community. So to develop the idea, she invited members of the network to share knowledge and experience and to be part of the project. To implement the idea, they were successful in a funding program from the European Commission, which is the European Social Fund. So they received money from that fund to develop the project. So when this woman that was the initiator and had the idea to develop this initiative presented the project to the women farmers, they were not very supportive, and because they believed that the project would not change any social economic situation and they will not provide any sort of benefits for them. So she had to arrange a training course on how to become childcare providers and had to persuade women to be women farmers to attend the course. And to increase the attendance, she's opened it to other rural women who were motivated to do social farming. After the training course, women farmers created their own activity. And the farm became not only a place in which to produce products, but also it was a place for socializing, for rural education, but also for the provision of childcare services. And so it became a place for the promotion of also the community values. What made this initiative very important was also the political support. Indeed, the political activities of these innovators who started the initiative, who was the main driving force of the project, were crucial to secure the political support. So having local authorities and the province being aware of the project and supporting it was fundamental for the further step. Indeed, strong support came from the establishment of a national law on social agriculture in 2015, and this triggered a provincial law in 2018, which recognized social farming as an important field of activity. And this was great for the women because they were able to actually further develop the offer of the services that now are extended not only to provide services to kids, but also to elderly people and to disabled. I will show now the video that we have realized that gives you an insight about the impacts, and then I will go further on to explain them. Now I need to, sorry about that. Okay. Yes, in the video, you had already an idea about which were the impact that this initiative has generated on not only on women's condition, but also on the territory. And actually, by providing childcare on remote mountain valleys of the region, this initiative creates the opportunity to generate several tangible positive effects. First, it empowers women, and because it has increased the opportunities of women to acquire new skills and new knowledge that enable them to manage and to expand their business. And also social innovation help them to develop, to have an income. So women access to income actually improve their willingness to be part also on to political activities, to be better involved in political in the political setting. The initiative has generated overall societal well-being and improved social cohesion and ties and collaboration across sectors. It employed over 100 women. It provides childcare services for over 500 children, and it provides opportunity for business diversification. So farm is not only a place when, as I said before, for the production of food, but is a place for socializing, for rural interaction, for rural education. And this initiative has further increased the recognition and ties and community ties. Also foster active civil society engagement and active political participation. And what has a very important effect, it also empower not only the women that were actually strictly involved in the initiative, but also the wider community in an indirect way. Finally, the initiative generates cultural transformation as it changed the way local society perceived women in rural area, and has been a valorization of the community rural symbol, local knowledge and identity. And this was a very important achievement. This work demonstrates how social innovation in the field of social farming has promoted women full participation in local, in the social economic life and in the public life. And based on the results of this investigation, I would like to to conclude my intervention with some key messages. First of all, for social innovation to enhance gender equity, there is a need to challenge the social, cultural, political, and institutional structure, and to support alternative initiative that breaks with the normal convention, able to foster full participation in socioeconomic life. This is something very, very important, and particularly referred to the women situation. Also, social innovation appears to have been influenced by local leadership and collective action, and it originated from a strong social capital. So enhancing leadership and leadership skills. It's about empowering people in local placemaking and building a sense of belonging that can increase the capacity of the rural community to take action and to make good choices. Furthermore, rural women are critical to the sustainability of rural areas, so they have to be included in the main decision processes, and enabling them to take part to the policy design and giving them the power to provide their perspective and to act. It's something fundamental if we want to develop services that are tailored on the local needs and that are capable of generating positive impacts and outcomes. And furthermore, and I will conclude, there is a need to a cross-sectoral policy that enable local self-determination with a transfer of power and task and responsibility to the local communities at the local level, where concrete action can take place, and as the one I have just presented. And thank you very much for listening to me. Here are some of the papers I've been published with other co-authors on the topic. And if I have the possibility to share this presentation, you will have access to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The statistical insights provided has enhanced our knowledge. The term social farming has an in-depth meaning, and women can be leaders in this sphere. Your vision and mission statement is a need of the hour. I'm sure that there will be challenges, but solutions shall be provided by URAC research. It is a blissful to understand this presentation from a strong woman herself. You have put your heart in this initiative, and this pure desire is truly blessed by the divine. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Thomas Strefeneder is the head of URAC Research Regional Development, Bolzano, Italy. I request sir to guide us on the Agri-Tourism World Platform.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Hello to everybody. Good morning, good evening. Many greetings from Bolzano, from Italy. So I will share now my presentation. So I hope you can see now the presentation.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, okay, fine. So thank you very much again for the opportunity to present some general remarks on the World Agritourism Platform. And I see my presentation also a little bit as a sum up of some various points we heard before. And yes, it will be more general. So the focus is to present a little bit some ideas and considerations regarding the World Agritourism Platform, and some words to our institution. So as you heard before, we are located in Bolzano, northern Italy, and we are a private research institute with 11 research institutes, and regional development is one of these 11 research institutes. We had the opportunity to host the first World Agritourism Conference in 2018, and it was a pleasure again to have our Indian colleagues and friends present at this conference. And yeah, we are a private research institute dealing with various issues linked to regional development and the rural and mountain areas. So in my presentation, I will try to give again some inputs regarding the common understanding and characteristics of what I call authentic agritourism, before I come then to the World Agritourism Platform considerations regarding the motivations, objectives, and tasks to set up and create such a World Agritourism Platform. So what are the main characteristics of authentic agritourism? So the first thing is we have a certain type of setting and location. So agritourism is obviously, as we have seen before, is always realized on a working farm with a distinctive agricultural setting. So agriculture first, as I call it, and the central and predominant activity is agriculture. So touristic and agritouristic activities are additional activities and should not be come too much into the foreground. So it's about presenting agriculture as it is. So normally the predominance of agriculture is measured based on the workload that is higher for agriculture than for agritourism. There are some discussions going on if workload is really enough to measure the predominance of agriculture. So some discussions are going on if we should also consider the income coming from agriculture and touristic activity. The second point is the type of interaction and level of authenticity. So it's about the nature and dimension of the contact between the farmer and the guest, and the latter's involvement in activities, as we have seen before in the very nice presentation of the Philippine case studies. So it's about the way and dimension the agricultural reality and farm products can be experienced. So it's the guest experience of agriculture and farming in a very direct way. And therefore, for this reason, an active working farm is important. There's still a little bit of discussion going on in the scientific community how much the guests should be actively involved in farming activities. I will come to this point later. So it's the point that guests may be involved actively collaborating with the farmers, but the point is how much to the dimension of this integration. I present to you here now a figure of our colleagues, of our US American colleagues, Lisa Chase and her colleagues. which I found very interesting. And she makes the differentiation between core and peripheral activities. So core activities are generally accepted as being agritourism activities, while peripheral ones are discussed or controversial. So we have the conception is of agritourism in this case that an activity is defined being either core or peripheral on the basis of the location, so on farm or off farm, or the relative degree to which that activity is connected to agriculture. So you see in the central part of this figure the core activities, and outside the peripheral ones that are maybe not part of agritourism. So we have the points of education, direct sales, entertainment, outdoor recreation, and hospitality. And there you have a deep connection to agriculture and to agriculture products. So in a sort of tours, classes, tastings, farm stands, festivals maybe. And the peripheral ones have a lower degree of connection to agriculture and maybe concerts on the farm, wildlife viewing, fairs, and so on. But this is still the open question how far peripheral and not strongly linked activities to agriculture should be part of or can be part of agritourism. So I present here now a figure I created myself and I published in an article some years ago. So I speak about a general distinction in, or I call it tourism in rural areas, and I don't talk about rural tourism, because rural tourism already has some characteristics about tourism. So I would call generally would talk about tourism in rural areas and make the distinction between authentic agritourism and countryside tourism. And again, here in authentic agritourism, we have the working farm as the central core feature of agritourism. We have structures and activities that correspond to the setting of an active farm. We have agricultural activities, predominant agritouristic ones. So what I said before concerning the workload, the time dedicated to agriculture should be higher than those dedicated to tourism. We have, if possible, the accommodation in farm buildings, and obviously an enabled interaction, a direct experience of between guests and farmers. And this concept is distinctive to other forms of tourism in rural areas, which I call countryside tourism. So we have tourism on a non-working farm, but we have also tourism on a working farm. And the tourism on a working farm is, in my opinion, very much characterized by a farm equipped with specific touristic facilities. So facilities really with the aim to attract tourists and that change the setting and the character of the farm. And we have activities that are specifically staged for touristic purposes, not linked so much to agriculture, lifestyle, and practices. So I think this is very important, that all the activities, and we have seen the nice examples from the Philippines and our region here, that we have a strong link to what the farmers do, and this should be the core aspect within authentic agritourism, and not too much staged touristic activities. And then we have finally the visits to a traditional cultural, sport, or other events in rural areas that are also part of agritourism, part of countryside tourism. And then we have another category, and this is what I referred before, the direct involvement, the direct collaboration of guests in farming activities. So we have volunteer work activities and the worldwide opportunity organic farming, where you can go there and work there, and you can have the accommodation and the meals without any cost, but you make an active contribution to the farm. And I think this is a distinctive category within activities in rural areas. So as we have seen before, we have various features and benefits of agritourism. I don't want to spend too much time on that, because obviously you all are well you all well know these aspects. So we have a strong beneficial aspect for small family farms. The family farms can generate additional income. We have on-farm working opportunity, in particular for women. We have seen this in the example of Italy, and we have the opportunity, the possibility of the hosts to exchange with guests and to see other perspectives and other biographies. And this is a very important aspect for the farmers. In general, we have a strong beneficial feature of agritourism for rural areas because they contribute to a maintenance of farms and they strengthen the viability of rural areas. Further features and benefits of agritourism are: we have the multifunctional benefits for society, and we heard that before. So agritourism supports agriculture and the management of farmland, and this is very important. So agritourism is an additional activity, as I said before, on the farm, and by providing and by the possibility to generate additional income, the farming activity can be maintained and can proceed and can go on. So with the exchange of urban, mostly urban and rural people, we have the promotion of their understanding of agriculture, we have the environmental education aspect we had before, and the strong intercultural interaction. So we have the genuine experience of rural areas and rural inhabitants, and the strengthening of rural-urban relationship, which is very important because in Western countries, we have a strong divide between urban and rural people. Urban people mostly or often don't know what is happening in rural areas, and they have a romantic, idyllic perspective on farming. And this is an occasion, agritourism is a wonderful occasion to see how farmers work, how the farmers' world and life is going on, and what happens in rural areas. So this is somehow the background for planning and to setting up with the help of your support here and strong support from India, Pandurang and his colleagues, to set up a World Agritourism platform. And why? We have a very strong growth of the sector. In Italy, at least, we have a growth in the last 15, 20 years of 100%. And in other European and on international level, we see similar developments of a strong growth of the sector. So we have increasing studies and publication and interest, and an increasing number of events. So we have today the World Agritourism Day. We had the first World Congress on Agritourism. We have Liza Chase and his colleagues' international agritourism gatherings that are also a wonderful opportunity to experience case studies dealing with agritourism and rural tourism. We also have initiated agritourism talks with a focus mainly on alpine case studies. And so the World Agritourism Platform is somehow an actor to make a clear message and a communication in distinction to countryside tourism. What is agritourism? What is authentic agritourism? And so we try to set up and strengthening the international network of competence for scientific and practical exchange, support activities for people, for actors who are people interested in agritourism, and to provide inputs and maybe scientific and practical information, and obviously to strengthen the collaboration for better understanding of the application and implementation of agritourism. And very important is to have a platform that promotes and raises awareness and political recognition of the sustainable features and benefits of agritourism in line with the various sustainable development goals. And I think this is very important. We have to, and this is the wonderful occasion today, because we have political stakeholders here today to make them clear, and many of them know what are the sustainable benefits of agritourism. And the platform, one of the goals and objectives of the platform is to make clear this message of sustainable development in rural areas by means of agritourism to decision makers and politicians, to actors, professionals dealing with agritourism, practitioners and marketing associations. So finally, the creation of a network of competence is to provide information on agritourism, to organize events and conferences, and to develop common research and rural development projects on maybe an international level in the framework maybe of research programs, but also in other programs to increase the mutual understanding about on agritourism. Obviously, it's our intention to map the actors and associations to have an overview what is going on in the sector of agritourism worldwide. So we have only rough information until now, what is happening in other regions, and we try to collect the information, and we need also your input in this regard. So we collect and structure all available information on agritourism, and it's also the opportunity, and this is why I presented some general inputs on the key characteristics of agritourism, to define quality standards and key characteristics, because I think it's important that we have a clear picture of this, of what is agritourism and what is it not. So I finish now with some screenshots, and I want to thank my colleagues Andrea Omizzolo and Anna Silbernagel that are somehow the background office and the strong assistance to set up the platform. And they are doing a great job filling up the homepage and the platform with information. And we have also some, obviously, some media and social media activities running. We have a newsletter that is circulating every 3-4 months, informing on issues, on events concerning agritourism. So we obviously, as I said before, we need your collaboration and inputs, and we please provide us feedback, comments, and information on agritourism in your country, and send us the information. You see here the link to the email address. Please maybe subscribe the platform newsletter, and we have also a blog. So it would be wonderful to have more information on your country, on your activities, on the case studies, if you provide us even a text and a blog, then we can promote and publish this information. Yeah, so thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward for feedback. And thank you again for the opportunity to present these general remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We will definitely provide all the information that you require. The crucial point that you have mentioned is authentic agritourism. Keeping the activities in the farm within the agritourism setting is of apex importance. We had an opportunity to interact with you in the last World Agritourism Day sessions conducted in 2020. The abundance of experience and knowledge that you possess shall be extremely helpful for running agritourism centers around the world. Thank you for introducing us to the World Agritourism platform. It is a huge opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I request Mr. Manoj Hadare to share the experiences of international guests who have visited agritourism centers in Maharashtra. Hello, sir.
Hello, Ruti. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
Very fine, very fine. So, first of all, welcome to all, and wish you very happy World Agritourism Day today, tomorrow, what the session is going on. What Taure sir allotted me the assignment about just sharing the experiences of international guests experiencing the agritourism at Agritourism India, Agritourism Maharashtra. So I will introduce first myself Manoj Hadavde. I'm running my agritourism center since 2011 by name Parashar Agri and Culture Tourism at Junnar in Pune. And within these 10 years, we have received near about annually 1,000 at that ratio 10,000 national international guests at our center, and we appeal different agritourism operators that they can send their videos or their experience they can share. But what the data collected at me, I have emailed to my Agritourism India mail about different clips where people are enjoying the Agritourism India. Revati, can we show some videos of them?
Yes, sir, you can. You can share the screen
No, we have
from
received
below.
the videos. We have received the videos. Manoj, you keep talking. I will show the videos.
Okay, sir. That will be fine. That will be fine. Sir, wish you very happy World Agri-Tourism Day, and it's very appreciable things that what the efforts you are taking for reaching Agri-Tourism India across the world, pan world. It's very admirable and appreciable efforts that you are taking for Agri-Tourism India. So at first, congratulate to you. Um, as all people are discussing about the sustainability in agritourism, then authentic concept of agritourism, conceptual clarity of agritourism. All we know that all are soil-based tourism concepts, so broadly known as agritourism. People are coming to experience the rural culture, the blend of soil, the culture of soil, the entire culture of human being, that is agriculture. To experience, to enjoy, to entertain, to rejuvenate, to educate about themselves through agritourism. This is the core part we can say, and we have different videos, the different things you can see. Some international guests are enjoying their moments at agritourism. So these are some guests from California. They are enjoying some kitchen gardening, some Warli painting, and Heritage India, that is 32,000 years old Indian heritage of agriculture. Visits. There are some tomato pickings. Paintings.
My name is Georgia McMillan, and I'm from California. And I first came to India about 3 years ago. I spent a year living with Shivani and her family in Pune. And then I came back about a week ago with two of my sisters from California. And today we decided to come here. And you guys can talk about that. I'm Rihanna, and I'm from California in America. Yeah, we chose to come here to learn more about the agriculture in India and to be one with nature. In the morning, we got here and we had chai, and we took a tour of all the animals and a lot of the plants. And we picked tomatoes and saw how some of the agriculture works. And then we made chapati with them in the kitchen. We had a really good lunch, and yeah, what else did we do? I'm Amelia. I'm one of George's sisters. I'm also from California. And yeah, after lunch, we got to play in the mud, which was super fun. We got to make some mud sculptures and everything. And feel like a kid again, which was relaxing. And it was just a great day. We hear so much about all the plants here. It was super important. Amazing. Beautiful. Okay. Hi, my name is Shivani. So last time when Georgia came here, I don't think we visited a village. So this time I wanted her to know what exactly, how exactly is the India, like the rural part of India. I wanted her
Manoj, तुम्ही बोलत राहते काय बोलतात ते? You keep on
So
talking.
that is the reason I got her here. And yeah,
Okay.
they
So
like
people are sharing their experiences about how they have enjoyed the things and their perception about Indian culture before and after visiting, what they are did the things, what their experiences they have taken during their stay, their visit. They are telling about that. and they wish to come again to experience thoroughly all the. Sir, it's good if we show the video of that sandige making where they have participated. That will be more talkative than words. That is in last side. I think in शेवटच्या टप्प्यात असेल तो वडे बनवण्याचा.
बोला. You keep on talking.
Okay. You can show that fusion of culture also. That is जात्यावर दळतानाचा व्हिडिओ येतो त्यांच्या जापनीज ओव्या आणि महाराष्ट्रीयन ओव्या त्याचं फ्युजन आहे. That you can show to our participants. People are coming from different corners of the world to experience agritourism in India, and what their experience is that they will help to understand the culture of human being. They will get the chance to connect with soil, connect to themselves, to rediscover themselves. Rina Horigom, a Japanese scholar, is expressing herself in Japanese language.
初日からたくさんの刺激を受け、オーナーのマナーが
telling about what is the agritourism based Junnar tourism model.
彼のお話によると、ジュンナーの観光開発組織を彼は運営していて、その中にハチコツーリズムっていう名前が入っている。
She's telling about Hachiko in Japanese because Hachiko is the brand ambassador of Japan, you can say. And she get astonished to see the connection of Hachiko with Agritourism India. So she gets surprised about, she is basically learning about agritourism in Italy. Japan government gave her scholarship to study about agritourism in Italy. She was at India to study agritourism in India.
ここではアグリツーリズムだけではなくて、ビレッジツーリズムだったりとか、エコツーリズムとか、そういったいろんな組み合わせで観光が楽しめるような仕組みになっています。私は初日は彼女の自宅である農家のお家に遊びに行って、搾乳をしたりとか、あと収穫体験をしました。あとはサリーをしたりとか。
वडे तोडत सांडगे बनवायचा.
気になったような体験をすることができました。2日目には森に行ってトレッキングとか、あとお寺を見に行ったりとか、そういうことをしました。3日目、今日最終日なんですけど、これから農家を
क्लेच घेऊया क्लेच.
乗ったりっていうアクティビティを楽しむつもりです。
Basically, we are arranging different activities at agritourism centers. So all we know, the playing with mud or playing with soil or doing some clay activity. We have named this activity as a clay meditation. The thought behind this to stay connected with soil, stay attached with soil, and you can make a different shape without any pre-planned mind prejudiced thinking. Just flow with the time, flow with the mood, and just keeping touch with the soil, and you can making different things. So one can see how these guests are merged with uh, interacting with themselves through the medium of soil. Recreational and interactive activities again. त्याच्यानंतर तर फ्युजन ऑफ कल्चरचं घ्या जात्यावर दळताना सांग.
फ्युजन ऑफ कल्चर.
Girls from Japan singing a folk song, like in Maharashtra, what they are singing is Kothari. This is fusion of culture, actually Japanese and Marathi. Both are singing together.
कुठला गायला महाराज?
पोमोग्रेनेट पिकिंगचा घेणार सर.
हा घेतलं दिवाळीचं घेतलं.
So basically, agri-tourism related to arranging different farm festivals. आपण दिवाळीचा असू द्या. Some traditional festivals like Diwali festival, Holi festival, we are celebrating for the people. This is traditional Diwali celebration. this is a new experience, an additional value addition to this experience. We're trying to involve our guests to worship them, to be a part of this festival, to be part of this celebration. याला जोडून सर ऍग्रीटेनमेंटचा शेवटचा व्हिडिओ असेल तर संबळ वाजवताना त्याच्यावर डान्स करताना असेल. All these are just enjoying this culture tradition of Maharashtra.
दुसरा कुठला मनोज?
ऍग्रीटेनमेंट शेवटला असेल सगळ्यात.
पोमोग्रेनेटचा घेऊ का? पोमोग्रेनेट.
हा पोमोग्रेनेटचा घ्या. So basically we are celebrating different farm festival like grape festival, pomegranate picking, and we can find here the farm visit of pomegranate differentiating between the flowers, male female flowers of pomegranate. It's an interesting one. This guest from Czechoslovakia.
We had the chance to visit and to taste the delicious pomegranate. And we also seen the male and female flowers. It's very interesting.
So not only very tasty, but they have very good nutritive values and they are very good for our health. So we should keep pomegranates to stay healthy. So please be sure to come here with pomegranate.
दुसरा कुठला मनोज?
ऍग्रीटेनमेंट शेवटला असेल लिंक मध्ये सगळ्यात.
फोक आर्ट एंटरटेनमेंट ना?
हा तो फोक आर्ट एंटरटेनमेंट. So at Agritourism Center, instead of playing some DJs and bands, some folk art and folk instrument using to play to entertain our guests. Uh, एक वेगळा याच्यातला असेल फक्त एक एक्सपिरियन्स ऑफ गेस्ट शेतावरती आणि बाकी काऊ फार्मचे फोटोचा असेल एखादा. People are visiting not only for this, but they had good farm tour with informative guide. They getting idea about the field crops, fodder crops, fruits, vegetables, how they are growing. Additionally, visiting to the cow farm, tasting the fresh milk, visiting poultry farm, goat farms, and some visit to the ecotourism like nearby forest, social forest area where they are experiencing the streams, a little bit pretty waterfalls. So it's a good combination of heritage, agriculture, nature, and culture. So people are getting the good experience in combined format. Not only this, but they are doing some farm practices, some farm applications that like harvesting, picking of grapes, picking of pomegranates, picking some groundnuts, and working feeding to the animals, then doing some household works, as doing clay activities, participating cooking, making rotis, and a number of things they are experiencing, which is the blend. It helps to understand the rural culture of India, because India is the country of villages. More than 6 lakhs villages are in India, and it become the whole country of it. So if you have to understand the India, then you have to visit the villages. You have come to visit the agritourism India. Then you can get some superficial idea about how the India is. I know, I remember we have a group NRIs visiting to India, their next generation, and they want to understand the rituals behind this. So while moving in farm tour, there is a starting of the harvesting season of that grape crop. So before initiating the harvesting, that farmer used to worship the farm. So she pick up that farmer pick up one stone, just washed it, then just worship it with haldi kumkum, and just give the coconut to it, then harvest first bunch of grape and given to that god represented to the farm, that you have grown such a good crop here, so we are worshipping and giving first bite, first bunch of grape to you, then further we will take it. So this experience taken by all the international guests, and they will help, they will get the understanding about how the approach and what the view of Indian farmers they have with their farm, because farm is not only the source of food, but is the culture of entire human being. And this thought, this message we are trying to percolate through Agritourism India. Those people, domestic tourists, international tourists, people are visiting to different agritourism centers at India, at Maharashtra. They will get these things. They can get the idea of India. You can say idea of culture and idea of soil. In that way, we will trying to help. Sir, एखादा व्हिडिओ दाखवू शकतो आपण त्यांना एक्सपिरियन्सचा?
मी ईमेल क्लोज केला म्हणत होता थोडासा. ईमेल क्लोज केला आता. मी बडसोळ्यांना ते ईमेल मिळत नव्हते म्हणून मी ईमेल क्लोज केलाय आणि आता आपण बोलायला लागेल थोडस.
बर बर, कंटिन्यू बोलायला जरा दम लागतो म्हणून म्हटलं गॅप घेऊन.
नो प्रॉब्लेम, नो प्रॉब्लेम.
तुम्ही अर्धा मिनिट बोला थोडं.
ओके, मी चंदनला घेतो बरोबर. चंदन इज देअर. Okay, Revati, you take Chandan online. Chandan now.
Yes. Manoj sir, your videos really left us spellbound, and the happy and the positivity that was created in the tourists is really, really inspiring for all of us. Request Mr. Chandan Bharsawade. He is here with us today to present his successful case study of agri-tourism. The name of his Agritourism Center is Saguna Bagh Agritourism Center, India. I request sir to please join us and guide us further. Gadsawade sir.
चंदन जी नमस्ते. अनम्यूट करा तुम्हें, अनम्यूट वीडियो क्या. चंदन जी वीडियो शुरू करा. हेलो हेलो. हेलो. Namaste. I think here Chandan is on the farm, so there is little bit of internet connection problem. But very much video चालू करता का sir? Chandan ji. Yes. Namaste. So he is our tiger of agritourism. Yeah. Welcome Chandan ji. Welcome. Revati, take over.
Yes sir.
I am really sorry that I am very late.
No problem.
Revati madam, namaskar.
Namaskar sir. How are you?
अरे एकदम छान. So nice. तुम्हाला सीए झाल्यानंतर प्रथम आणि तुमच्याशी प्रथमच बोलतोय. But congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot. Thank you.
Okay, Chandan ji, on behalf of Agritourism and Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, welcome to this international conference on agritourism. My first question is, since your father has started long back in 1984, and you have done hotel management from Switzerland. So, coming back to India, was your decided vision back, or you wanted to do something in hotel management on international level? Yes, sir. आवाज येतोय माझा का नाही येत?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I am sorry. There is some internet problem over here. I hope that I am audible.
Yes, you are. You are audible.
Okay. So I understood the question, and yes, it was my decision to come back to India. It was never a decision to be made. So and we did not start agrotourism in '84. We started in '79. Say it actually started. And in '84, '85, we understood that is agrotourism. And I came back in 2006. I was there in Switzerland, in some other countries in Europe for some time. And when I went from here, it was pre-decided that I will be coming back in 3 and 4 years. I had a plan of working in America for some time. But at the exact time, 2006, my parents came, visited me. And, they said, I told them that I have got a job in America now. My visa and everything is in process. So that is the news that I want to tell you. I'm going to work there for about 2 years and then I'll be coming home. So that time my parents told me that, yes, you can definitely go ahead and do that. But the more amount of time you spend outside our country and outside of the farm, that much amount will, our Saguna Bagh will be, it will take more time to develop. So rather than spending more time, you have seen the world, how the world works, how the tourism industry works, you should rather come back and start at your own farm. So I listened to that immediately and I canceled my process of working over there. And I came home and started working here. So since 2006, I'm here on the farm.
Great. So with your theory as a knowledge studied in hotel management and hospitality, I believe you have done a lot of innovations at your farm. Tell us, the innovations, how how you have inculcated that innovations in your farm, and whether tourists are coming there and they are liking the tourist. One of your techniques were Saguna rice technique, which has been adopted by all over India now. So tell us about that innovation and many innovations you are doing on the farm. Yesterday there was a video on YouTube that you would like to do, education of agriculture now. So tell us more about your innovations, for so many years.
So our organization not only works in tourism, it also works on many other fronts, social work related issues. just the way when we pioneered the agrotourism here in India in 1985. Since then, my father has been on a mission to do so many things. And agrotourism slowly started 1990, first farmers meet. And after that, 2000s, I think it was year 2000 when you also visited our farm, 2000, 2001. And we started talking more about agrotourism and many farmers can do it. So since then, my father has been behind it. 2006, when I came back, my father got some extra time to look into other social work and many things have been happening with him. So yes, and we all as a team are doing many innovations and many things. So one of which the first innovation is the agrotourism which started here. Then it was a Saguna rice technique where we don't till our soil or we do not burn anything in our. So it's generally, if you see any South Asian countries, what happens is that a lot of dry grass and leaves are collected and they are burned in the fields. And you know how much carbon emissions that does, that how much pollution it is doing in most of the Delhi airport has to be shut down for a few days or weeks just because of this burn. And a lot of carbon dioxide is emitted in the atmosphere. So what we do is we do zero-till agriculture, and there's a specific method of what crops can be taken after which crop. It's not only rice; it can be every other crop that can be taken. This, and there are from my own district, like Raigad district in Maharashtra state, there are consecutively 3 farmers who have got the maximum yield because of this particular technique in all over Maharashtra. Right now, there are about who are following this particular where rivers are taken care of. And in Hindi, it is called Jalkumbhi, and in English, it is called Azona. So that particular plant, it's a green plant, green weed that, that's very prolific breeder, and that you can see all the rivers, and it's some place where it is stagnant, it will just go on covering all the rivers and starts in a way, it pollutes all the rivers. So the sunlight cannot go in. And most of the water, everything that is living inside dies. And that is because of excess of nitrates that is going in the that is going into the river. That is what is creating this. So that particularly removing that I can speak about it much longer, but it's a very lecture.
Okay, Chandanji, today's World Agri-Tourism Day theme is Rural Women, Sustainable Entrepreneurship Development through Agri-Tourism. Do you feel that through agri-tourism, the rural woman definitely will have a sustainable entrepreneurship opportunities?
Yes, definitely. Women have to be involved. The role of woman is there everywhere. From kitchen to speaking to people to even helping particular trees, then whatever the crop has to be taken. To after the crop is harvested, cleaning up that particular seeds or replanting it, keeping something for seeds, some material for food purpose, processing it. Everything the woman is involved extremely. In general, rural culture, woman is involved. So in agrotourism, what we all do is basically involve a person generally from a city folk, not much acquainted with the rural life. He comes to our house and then we tell him how a particular farm runs. So a woman's role about specifically about cooking various dishes, from taking the booking to taking people around the farm, it's all very important. And yes, women can definitely be should be involved. They are involved. Without them, for example, here at Sagunabag, we have got 150 employees, out of which almost 60 to 75 are women. And they take care of most of the things, while some of the men they take people around or something like that, or hold catch fish or something like that. Most of the work, most of the communication, and most of the forefront is our women.
Correct. So, Chandanji, because as you are doing a lot of things as innovative, but today's tourists, when they come from the urban cities, what is actually their expectation from agritourism, and whether the agritourism, so-called now flourishing all over Maharashtra and all over India, they are giving different services. So, authentic agritourism experience, according to you, is what?
Actually, I can't hear you properly.
No, I mean a lot of
I'm sorry, I can't hear. I did not get the question.
A lot of agritourism centers are now flourishing or coming up all over Maharashtra and all over India. But do you think that they are going away from the core idea of authentic agritourism experience? You got the question or no? Hello? 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 I think he has some. Hello? Hello? I think he has lost the connection. Okay. Till the time we have one of our respected guests, a speaker from Philippines, and he is director, Eco Tourism Network Asia, Boboy Costas. I welcome wholeheartedly Boboy Costas to deliver his viewpoint and guidance to agritourism farmers and researchers. Boboy, mic is over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good day. Good afternoon from Cebu, Philippines, and good day to everyone. So can I share my presentation now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, good day. My name is Boboy Costas, and I'm here to talk about opportunities on sustainable tourism through agri-tourism for rural women in my project sites. So according to the UNWTO in a report published in 2011, and I quote, "There are many issues that have been raised by tourism and gender researchers regarding women in tourism. The central argument is that women become leaders, they become employers, business entrepreneurs, employees, and informal household laborers. Tourism opportunities can lead to economic, social, cultural, and political empowerment. But the key risks involved are that women are overrepresented in low status jobs, often treated unequally or placed in stereotypical occupations and vulnerable to sexual discrimination and exploitation. So it's very obvious then that not all tourism employment results in empowerment, particularly in the informal sector. Specifically, I will talk about my experience in linking agritourism or culinary tourism or farm tourism with community-based culinary tourism. And I'm going to talk about my experience with my projects whose members are mostly women or mostly run by women. And even before the pandemic, rural areas have been plagued with issues such as, aging population, decline in traditional economic activities, limited services, migration, and access to infrastructure and information technology. In this pandemic, the role of tourism in rural development is more relevant than ever as tourists want to go to outdoor areas or they want to have space in the outdoors. And it's where opportunities for recovery awaits. No? With 80% of all people in extreme poverty, that's according to the Food and Agricultural Organization, living in rural communities, tourism can help improve the quality of life in rural areas, mitigating demographic challenges, reducing migration, providing services and infrastructure, and promoting local resources and traditions while upholding the essence of the countryside. So, of course, when we talk about agritourism and culinary tourism, for that matter, we want to be as sustainable, no, as possible. So, tourism, specifically sustainable tourism, can also help poor women, especially in rural areas, break the cycle of poverty through employment, through entrepreneurship and capacity building, and even community enhancement or improvement of the quality of life. But not all women are benefiting equally from tourism development, no, according to the UNWTO again. In some cases, lack of education and resources may prevent poor women from benefiting from tourism development. In some cases, tourism helps empower women, but sad to say, in other regions of the world, tourism negatively affects the lives of women, and in fact perpetuates the existing economic and gender inequalities. So what are the basic principles of sustainable tourism development? No, so it's there. No, it's you have to make the favorable use of environmental resources. You respect the socio-cultural authenticity of the local community, and you provide viable long-term socio-economic benefits to all tourism stakeholders. And lastly, it requires the informed participation of all relevant stakeholders, as well as strong political leadership to ensure wider participation and consensus building. And these are the pillars of sustainable development. No, you have the what we sometimes or most of the time call the three P's, no, profits, and then you have the people and the planet. No, when you talk about profits, you're talking about economy. When you're talking about people, you're talking about social equity, and when you're talking about the planet, you're talking actually of the environment. So linking that to culinary tourism, culinary tourism is the pursuit and enjoyment of unique and memorable eating and drinking experiences. And nowadays, culinary tourism is a trend, no? Even before the pandemic, and especially now during the pandemic. No? Why? Because number one, there is an increased awareness in improved nutrition. People are actually aware now of their well-being, their health, the food that they eat. And then there's an increasing urbanized society, meaning people would like to take a break, no, and then eat out or go out, travel, and go to culinary destinations or gastronomic destinations and try, no, and create experiences. Number three is aging population. There are a lot of older people now, and in fact, this is one of the specialized markets in culinary tourism. We call it WHOOPs, no, wealthy, healthy, old people. And then next is dining out has increased in popularity, and that is related to the social media. People are posting their food in restaurants, in hotels, in resorts. People are that's why people are traveling and they're eating out, they're dining out. And then farms as fun family destinations. And of course, related to that is the internet, no? Especially, so the social media has played a greater role, a bigger role in promoting culinary tourism. So when you talk about culinary tourism, you're actually talking about the food as a subject and as a medium. It can be as a destination and a vehicle for tourism, no? Or it could be about the individuals or the tourists exploring foods that are new to them maybe exotic to them, as using food to explore new culture and ways of being. And then it could be about using groups using food to sell their histories and to construct marketable and publicly attractive identities. So it's about individuals satisfying curiosity. When you say culinary tourism, when you say gastronomic tourism, it's all about storytelling. The stories behind a family recipe, for example, no? Or a story behind a chef's what you call this famous sauce or famous recipe. No? So it's about storytelling. And culinary tourism is also about experiencing food in a mode that is out of the ordinary or that is outside the normal routine, to notice the difference and the power of food to represent and negotiate that difference. So what makes up culinary tourism? Number one is the otherness, no? So when we travel to other places, to other destinations as tourists, we always we have this certain what we call a gaze, no? And it's we have this certain otherness, no, of cuisines representing ethnicity or exotic cultures that are vastly different from our own, that are vastly different from the food or from the way of preparation, no, from the tourists or back home. Or it could be, for example, some people might find the food in Thailand as exotic, no, as being the other food, no, than one's food back home. It could be the network of activities and its systems, no, which is what we call the food ways, no. It could be the physical, social, cultural, economic, spiritual, and even the aesthetics, no. The cookery complex, including the attitudes, even the taboos and meal systems, no. It's the way how food is being prepared, how food is being raised and being produced, being harvested, no. That's part of culinary tourism. So for example, the way kimchi is prepared, or the way in Cebu, for example, in my province, there's a way of cooking rice. We wrapped it in coconut leaves and then steam it, and it smells good because of the leaves, no? And it also tastes very good. So food as a tourist attraction, is a destination, is also culinary tourism. So for example, when there are destinations around the world that are very famous because of the particular food associated with them. For example, the wines and the cheeses, no, in Europe, for example, or the oysters in New Zealand, or the hamburgers in the US, no, or the Indian food, no, the what you call this, the curry, or what have you, no? And the strategies, even the activities on how food is presented in a particular destination, is also part of culinary tourism. Also, for example, the way it's being presented in a seafood market, for example, in Sydney, no? Or so how do you put culinary tourism in the context of sustainable development? So why is culinary tourism important in the pursuit of sustainable development? Number one, because high value and high spending tourists are mainly interested in experiencing unique or exotic foods, no, and services that will ultimately benefit the economy of the local destination. Number two is culinary tourism generates low carbon footprint and reduces the effects of global warming, because food is food is produced and sourced out locally. So it actually minimizes or eliminates, or it cuts the distance the food travels, no, from the producer to the consumer, and that's what we call food miles. Number three is higher local incomes and jobs generated from culinary tourism contribute significantly to higher quality of life among residents and promotes destination identity or sense of place. People in a particular culinary destination are very proud, no, of their heritage, of their food, of the like for example the food and the wine and the cheese they serve to their tourists, no? So, and that makes it more sustainable because ultimately it's the local communities or the host communities that will benefit, no, from the earnings or for the economy. And as I was saying, the local, no? So what is local? Um, as I've mentioned earlier, it contributes to sustainable development in the pursuit because you have to eat local and then you support local food, you grow local and then you buy local. So which reminds me to which calls to mind, no, um, um, a lady, no, by the name of Alice Waters, who actually pioneered what we call farm to table. So I'm sure you're familiar with farm to table, no? So farm to table is actually, sometimes it's called farm to fork. And some would even call it farm to school, no? It's a social movement which promotes serving local food at restaurants and school cafeterias, preferably through direct acquisition from the producer, no? And as I've mentioned earlier, that's how you cut carbon footprint, and that's how you promote sustainable development in culinary tourism. So this is an example of a farm-to-table restaurant owned, founded by Alice Waters. This is one is in Berkeley, California. You have to book, no, weeks ahead in order for you to dine in the restaurant. The restaurant is called Chipanese, no? And then there's also another, he's actually a Chilean agronomist by the name of Miguel Altieri. He was once my professor in UC Berkeley. And he said, chefs are important in saving the genetic diversity of crops, no? So there is a need for strategies that will lead to the revitalization of small and medium-sized farms and point the way towards reshaping of the entire agricultural policy and food system in ways that are economically viable to both farmers and consumers. That's why chefs are very important because they plan what food they're going to prepare for the consumers. And which also brings us to mind the slow food movement. I'm sure you've heard about the Art of Taste, which is an international catalog of endangered heritage food, which is maintained by the global slow food movement. So the art of taste is designed to preserve what we call at-risk foods that are sustainably produced, that are unique in taste and part of of a distinct eco-region. So for example, in my province, we have heirloom food such as millet. I'm sure you're familiar with millet. It's an ancient cereal. There's also what we have called tinigib or heirloom corn and native snail or takyong. And when I was still working with the government, I initiated a program where I brought chefs working in resorts and hotels. I brought them to the countrysides to meet with farmers and producers so that they will have an idea of what are the farmers will have an idea of what particular food hotels or the tourism and the restaurant industry needs. And the chefs would also know what are the particular food ingredients that are prepared by the farmers or that are farmed by the farmers in the countrysides. And because of that project, the output was we held several what you call this culinary festivals, food festivals, resulting to an increased yield, no, of farmers, because they were already motivated to plant more ingredients, because they now know that the hotels and the restaurant industries need them, or need them as ingredients in their food. So I'll have here 3 case studies of projects I worked with. No, so just to give you an idea, this is the Philippines on the left. No, and the central part of the Philippines, that's where I'm based now. That's where I live and work. It's called the Visayas region. No? If you can see on the screen now, there's Cebu from my province, and there's a neighboring island of Leyte. No? So I'll present to you 3 projects, 2 in Cebu and 1 in Leyte. No? So the Philippines is actually one of the top biodiversity hotspots in the world. No? Communities and resource conservation are always at odds with each other, especially agriculture or farming, because farmers would actually cut down trees or declare forests in order for them to plant more crops. So my projects are all about looking for sustainable tourism strategies that have widened to include the search for tools that guarantee more benefits for local communities, particularly in rural areas. So these areas are mostly characterized by rich biological diversity, which is the central asset for tourism. So the first case study is about the Aluginsan rural workers in Cebu. So the Aluginsan community has actually won 3 global awards. One from the UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, another from the ASEAN, and then 3 from green destinations as top destinations, global destinations for 2016, 2017, and 2018. So what we do there is we found out that in this particular area, women don't have opportunities. They don't have jobs. They always wait for their husbands, for the men to come home every weekend because their husbands work as carpenters and laborers in the city. So we organized them into a group, and we gave them, the local government gave them a lot or an area where they can start their farming. And we created an organization for them, and then we trained them, planning everything, including bookkeeping, to give them the skills and the capacity to go into to manage agritourism. So that's a very memorable day for them, because that is the visit of the first guest, to the farm. So, and it started almost a year after we started organizing them. And this is the area. The budget for the facilities came from the local government. That's the portion of the farm. We call it the farmhouse. And these are some of the women. We train them to become, to wait tables, to cook food, to guide guests around the farm. So this is how they do it. They prepare food for the tourists. They also raise heirloom pigs, and then they greet the guests with songs and dances. My second project is on the neighboring island of Leyte. It's called Burawen. This is the area. Burawen is actually blessed by a volcano and about 5 rivers. So the soil, the lands are actually very fertile and very rich. So it's very suited for agriculture. That's one of the major rivers there running through the town. And before we started the project, we found out that the farmers have already been producing vegetables, but sad to say there was no market. So every harvest, the food produced will just be gone to waste, no? Because there was no market to speak of. It was oversupplied, and they also raise chickens, no, for eggs. There were actually 3 farms in this area which we've converted into agritourism, no? Mostly run by women. So that's the other one. This farm actually raises quails to produce quail eggs, and they also have food served in the restaurant, no? Mostly juices and herbs, no, teas, just picked fresh, no, from the farm. Even flowers, no, for salads. And another farm was the Paifa farm, where they raised, they were into vermiculture, vermicast, organic fertilizer, and they also raised eggs, chicken for eggs. And what's good about this farm, it's very unique. If you look at the photo on below, the small photo, it's actually a crater, a soil crater made by a bomb dropped by the Japanese during World War II. So it's a kind of a very historic area, no? It's a very historic farm because you still see the soil craters or the holes made by the bombs, no? During World War II. So of course, we've invited Dr. Mina Gabor to talk about agritourism and to inspire, no, and encourage our farmers in agritourism. So part of our activities is improving the value chain. So sometimes we call our tour operators, no, for meetings so that they will be working hand in hand with the Department of Agriculture and the owners of the farm. And then there's also another group of women farmers there, no? They're also into agritourism, but this is very interesting. I chose these photos not in their farms. These women are farmers, but they are not in their farms. They're actually helping the project, no? They're constructing a stairway going to a hot spring. Now, if you remember, I said the town is rich with blessed with a volcano, and there are 1,000 hot springs. So one of the main attractions of the area is hot spring, no? So the women, aside from farming, they also help the community in building or in constructing facilities for agritourism, no? And these photos were taken just before the pandemic, or a week before the lockdown. And so these are some of our stakeholders in the agritourism. If you notice, there are 3 groups, no? Because we're actually engaging them, all of them, in tourism, in agritourism. And these are the food they served when tourists come to their farms, no? So all fresh, all sourced out locally, and very sustainable. And they're also using, or they're also preparing the food the traditional way. In fact, this is the souvenir, or these are the food the destination is famous for. It's coconut, grated coconut with what you call this, brown sugar. And then the packaging is very sustainable as well because they put it in coconut shells. And on the other photo, because the town is blessed with rich soil, they also grow rice, no? And there are 1,000, no, not really 1,000, I'm just exaggerating, but there are several ways of cooking rice, no? Rice with brown sugar, rice with coconut, etc. No, rice with cacao beans, rice with coconut strips, rice with cassava, and then they wrapped it in banana leaves. And there's also another kind of plant, which is a traditional way of they use it as a way of a traditional way of packaging, no? So it's very sustainable, very organic, because it's not plastic, no? So it will just degrade, no, in the environment. And these are some of their produce, recycled bottles, and they pickle vegetables. They prepare teas, and they also have honey and dried flowers and herbs, no, for teas. The third project I have is this in Cebu, no, Katmon farmers. They grow millet. That's one lady there. Her name is Virginia Huaban. She is one of the 6 women farmers, and I call her guardian of an ancient grain, ancient cereal, because even before Ferdinand Magellan discovered Philippines for Spain, even before he came in 1521, which incidentally is the 500 year last month, no, 2 months ago, March 2021 is the 500 year anniversary of Magellan's landing in the Philippines. So it was in the journal of Magellan that he was served millet. And 500 years later, Cebuano farmers, an example of this is Virginia Huaban in the photo, still grows millet, no, 500 years after. So this is an ancient grain, and this is a prized traditional Cebuano cereal, no, being traded in the island 500 years ago. And when I met Virginia Huaban 3 months ago, she said that growing millet is like growing a baby, no? Because you have to take care of the plant 24 hours, 24/7. Why? Because these kind of plants are actually food for birds, even at nighttime. So they have to guard the grains, no, 24/7. So that's one of the challenges, because aside from taking care of their families, women farmers also take care of the crops or of the plants they are planting. But the good thing about it is this: Virginia Huaban and as well as the other women say that the income from millet actually helps them send their kids to school. In fact, the lady in the picture has I think about 6 kids who are now professionals. No, they already got their college education because of the millet income. And these are some of the heirloom ingredients or heirloom food raised by the farmers in Katmon. Heirloom because they've been around in the last 500 years, no, in Cebu. So you have millet, you have root crops, you have banana, etc. And these are some of the activities of that association, no? When they host tourists for agritourism. No? There's a cooking demo, and then there's lunch. And if you look at the upper left photo, that's me helping the farmers dancing, actually, because when they harvest the millet, they dance, no? Because they trample the stalks with the foot. So while doing it, why not dance, no? And then the rest of the community will sing a song, and then the community members who are threshing out the stalks will be dancing, no, to the songs sung by the rest of the women. So what's my takeaway message here? No? So I think what I learned in my projects is that local government units and local communities must embrace the concept of sustainable development and sustainable tourism, especially in these times, in the new normal, in pandemic. No? And then partnership between public or the government, the local communities, and the private sector is very important. You cannot neglect it. And then in order for a community to go into agritourism, you have to shift the attention from just being attraction based. What if a destination doesn't have attractions or beautiful places, but more often than not there are farms, especially in the rural areas? So why not shift tourism into activity based, like harvesting or planting, or um, um, joining the farmers in their traditional farming activities. And then farm tourism is only a part of culinary tourism because the whole thing is actually culinary. Farm tourism is just a way of producing food. It's just one of the food ways. And then be original. No? For destinations, you find your unique selling proposition. Don't copy paste other destinations because each destination is unique. It has its own. No, it can hold its candle. No, with other destinations. And then every destination, every community, every farming community has stories to tell, and the locals are excellent storytellers. And then lastly, innovation, adaptability, and creativity, especially in these times of pandemic, are very important when we want to succeed in agritourism. So in Cebuano, we say daghang salamat, or thank you, and good day to all of us.
Thank you so much, sir. Boboy Costas, sir, you have incredibly linked farm tourism with community-based culinary tourism, where women involvement is maximum. Tourism definitely improves the standard of living in rural areas, and it mitigates the challenges that are faced. The case studies have elaborated the much needed details. The involvement of women is splendid initiative. The projects that you have been working upon are sustainable and important for the growth of farm tourism. As you rightly stated, each woman is a superwoman handling the family, crops, and tourists all at once. Thank you so much, sir. Before we move ahead, thank you, sir. Before we move ahead to Chandan Bharsaure, sir, there was internet connectivity issue. We are going to get back to his questions. I would like to thank Manoj, sir. The experience and the feedback of our international and national tourists is of utmost importance. As in India, we say, Atiti Devo Bhava. Each tourist, each guest is next to God. Manoj sir has been doing this work in agritourism sector with humility, compassion, and positive attitude. Involving the tourists in the local activities leaves a positive memory in the hearts of each tourist. Thank you so much, Manoj sir. Chandan sir, are you with us? Chandan Bharsaure sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think taking the questions what we were asking. Chandan, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Your voice is not clear. No. Your voice is not coming. Little louder.
We cannot hear you, sir.
Sophia, can you hear? You can hear him?
Yes.
His voice?
His voice, no.
Chandan, speak little.
Sir, we cannot hear your voice. Please unmute your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now
Yes.
it is better. Now it is better.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. My question to you, to Chandan, was, now a lot of farmers are coming into agritourism by seeing your success or by seeing other successes. But I think the main core idea of authentic agritourism experience, involving the farm, is actually going away. So what do you think, what is the authentic agritourism idea, and why people should stick to that authentic agritourism idea?
Okay, so I will explain about how the agrotourism idea started at my place, home place first, and then I will explain to you what exactly is the authentic idea and what people should not do. How should they not go away from agrotourism? So when it started here in '79, the whole thing started because of snakes. We used to do milking of snakes, wherein we used to milk the venom of the snake or the venomous snakes, and then used to sell it to the Hafkin Institute. At that time, it was legally allowed, and we used to do it. Later on, we continued for 2 to 3 years. Because of that, many tourists started coming to us to see the snakes, and slowly it converted into a tourism. Because of our culture, we never used to spend money, or we used to offer food, and we used to offer everything that we had. We definitely had our agricultural farm, which is about 50 acres with all the plantations and everything. But people first started coming because of snakes, and then suddenly was more curious about how the floor is made, how have you made your houses with the mud, and can we stay in the mud, can we have a fish from your pond, can we go for a swim in the river, can we sit in the bullock cart, can we ride a horse. So all those things which are generally there on the Indian farm, where we already had that, and we understood that people love this. And people love interaction with the owner, whosoever is the owner, who is taking care of the farm. So that's how slowly it increased. People started coming back again and again, and we understood that this is the first thing, the first one thing that Indian farmer, and I guess every other farmer in the world, lacks is dignity. There is less dignity. I cannot talk about the rest of the farmers, but in India, what happens is there is less dignity to the farmer. So, for example, if I am a farmer, there will be very less. If I the basic thing, if I have to get married, very few people, very few girls would be interested in getting married to me. A bank would never give me a loan. If I have to, if I'm in the middle of my friends, very few people will look up to me as a financial person or something like that. So looking into all that, I would consider that there was very less dignity. But because of this tourism, what we started getting was, the first thing that we started getting was a little bit of money, and secondly, we started getting dignity. Dignity is one of the most important thing for a person to survive in this current world. So we started getting dignity with this agriculture. Because of our agriculture activity, we continued. People started coming to us, because ultimately we stopped selling the venom. We had to stop dealing with the snakes, as the forest laws changed over the years. We stopped it, but we have completely stopped it. But people started coming, and people were loving the idea of going into the river, having the basic food, water that is being cooked on a chula, staying in a very basic accommodation which does not have air conditioned, or we does not have a TV, which is made with the mud and everything. So people love all these things, ideas, and people wanted to go on a bullock cart, be in the river, sit on, take a buffalo ride, on all those things. So ultimately, we understood all this about this thing. Now I will tell you what is happening with the agrotourism in India, and how it should not basically happen. Uh, I am audible, right? Properly?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So what is happening right now? One very most important thing, I will explain what an actual agrotourism center should be. So what people are doing is that people who are connected on social media, and who have some money to invest, and who are open for the new ideas, are generally the city folks, the city kids, the city people, who want to start something on their own. And what is happening is, these people who have some land in their own village or something, they are working somewhere in the city and they want to keep some manager or some people on their farm, and and they want to continue with the agrotourism. That is not how it should work. How it should work is that the person, the owners of the farm, should come back to the farm. They with their family should start staying on the farm. So that means living whatever you have in the city or anything else. So these are the people who should be real farmers. And this activity should be for the farmers and not for somebody who is, for the would-be farmer or something like that. Or that person should really take the decisions of going back to their roots, be there for a few years, learn farming, learn agriculture, be a successful farmer first, and then start taking in the guests. So that is a number one, that farmer should stay on the farm. That is a rule number one, I would say. Secondly, he should have his own agricultural unit, which is producing food for the world. It is not just maybe 4 trees of this, 5 trees of that, 2 chicken, and a little bit of goats and everything. That is not agrotourism center. Agrotourism center is wherein a farmer is actually producing, where he's actually producing food. He is not only he is producing food, he's staying there, and he's doing actual work. So rather than when this particular farmer's son is thinking that he should, or daughter is not thinking of coming back to him, and rather than go and work in the city, she should feel that yes, unit is earning us money, this unit is earning us dignity, and that's how we should go ahead. So I really hope these two things are one of the most important things. What is missing out is the real essence, because when you are going and visiting a real farmer, the way he is going to explain to you in his even 1 or 2 acres of land, how a spinach is grown, or how coriander is grown, or how very basic things are grown in no matter what small amount of land that he has got or whatever. The bigger farmers have got bigger things to show, but there are smaller farmers also. I would consider, because I am from a Konkan region where the farm size is pretty small, and these people should also be, should be able to do it as long as they are farmers.
Great. I mean, that is a good.
So what is happening now is many such people who are from the city, who have got some land, are basically trying to start agrotourism units by keeping some farmers, or by keeping some employees, planting few trees, and that's it. So ultimately, they are just basically starting a resort activity, but trying to give it an agrotourism name with basically no idea of agriculture themselves. Or what agritourism should do is basically the farmers who are selling off their land, whose children are going to go to the cities or do something else, they should stop. They should stop selling their land. They should basically not go to the city and take care of the farm. That is how the agrotourism should. That is only how the agriculture of India will survive. Without that, every year, as you can see, your own district, your own talukas and areas have started reducing. The number of farmers is reducing drastically, because everybody is selling their land. Many people are selling, many farmers are selling their land. There is no dignity in farming. I think I told you what dignity is. So if many people are losing their dignity, why should somebody continue with agriculture? Only agrotourism can survive. Agrotourism will help them go on. City folks can help that way.
Great. Chandanji, and if new youths in the rural areas, if they want to come in agritourism, what is that you would like to advise them, like from A to Z? First point what, second point what, third point what, like that. What are the top 10 activities, or activity in the sense top decisions, steps they should take, a rural youth when he wants to come into agritourism?
Can you please repeat that?
My question was, now if rural youth, the youth from rural area, my voice is clear or not?
I have some issues here.
Okay. If the youths from rural areas, if they want to come into agritourism, what are the first 10 steps they should take? Your voice is not clear? You speak a little bit. Can
you put it in the questions, maybe?
Yeah, the question is, if the youths from the rural areas, if they want to come into agritourism and if they want to start the agritourism activity, what are the top 10 steps he has to take? First to 10.
Sorry. So first step that he has to take, if a person is basically not acquainted with agriculture at all, or he is half farmer, basically he has got his uncle or somebody is working in this thing, he's on the field and he's basically never been to the farm, he should take first life decision of how he wants his life to be, his or her life to be. So we get about 1,000 guests per week, so about 4,000-5,000 guests per month. Pre-COVID, I'm talking about 4,000-5,000 guests per month, and out of which every month we make sure there are at least 15 to 20 people who come to us and who get really impressed and they want to start their own agrotourism. And out of which in a year 1 or 2 families decide they want to not live in city area, they want to go back, they're ready to take a little bit of pain of learning agriculture, of going back in the rural areas. And unless they do this, this is the first life-changing decision, whether to leave a city and go back to the rural area. If they themselves are not ready to do that, they should encourage someone else, like for example his uncle or anybody who is taking care of the farm right now. They are the one who should take a decision. Again, people in the like farmers, specifically in Indian farmer, is not ready to change his ideas. You want to tell him to go from traditional farming to SRT farming, they are not ready to listen, because they say 1,000 years se yahi karte aa rahe. So they don't want to change that. So even a farmer should be ready, willing to accept guests to his to his home, basically, and that is what is most important. So a person who is going to start, who is already a farmer, he should have his own brain really ready to accept the people who are coming to your farm. Basically, in rural India, we are all hospitable. The Indian culture itself is a very open to the guests, and we consider them as God. So that should not be an issue. But somebody who is not a farmer, who wants to start a agrotourism unit, first he should he should really take the life-changing decision of what to do. Second thing, what he should understand, he should do, is to take the right training. Unless you have a very clear idea about what agrotourism is, they should not get into agrotourism, because there is more money in tourism than in actual agriculture itself. Okay, I'm talking about 80% of the times. So what is going to happen is, as soon as he understands that there is more money in tourism rather than in agriculture, he's going to go more towards money, from where he's going to earn more money. So he's going to start making more rooms. He's going to start maybe not do the actual agriculture, just do some show agriculture. And maybe like for example in India there is no like goat farming or farming cows, or or growing feed for the cow is basically not considered agriculture. In agriculture is considered like you're growing vegetables or a lot of fruits, or you're doing a lot of grain. So all that is very important.
Great. Okay, now where do we see Chandan Batsaveji and Saguna Bagh in next 5 years?
So
what are your now new ventures and new things coming at Saguna Bagh and yourself?
So after COVID, many things has changed. We have basically, I have basically understood that, just initially first only agriculture was not enough. Then I now understood that only agriculture and agrotourism is not enough. You cannot keep all the eggs in one basket. Basically, you have to have many more things. What we started in this lockdown is, processing a lot of food, whatever that is the rural recipes. We now have about 100 different varieties of pickle. We have got about 12 different varieties of murabbas. We have 4 different varieties of jams. We have now 20 different varieties of masalas. We have 20 different varieties of fryams, talan. We have, we have gone into many multiple products that generally all the grains that grow here, and other SRT farmers who are growing very good quality rice or wheat or anything of that sort. So we have started our own 250 different products. We have now a very a big shop in a good location in the